Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the last class on polity and constitution. I hope I am audible as well as visible. Good morning, good morning. It's great to see all of you here. Investing your Saturday morning in the right thing. And also apologies for disrupting your Friday night party. Okay, so I believe you've already started your classes on economics, and it's been a long time since we had our polity class. That is Monday. So 4 days is a lot for a civil services aspirant. So just to remind you that we are looking into fundamental rights, part 3, and we are done with the rights basically. It is just that Article 32 was left, some types of writs were left for discussion, and then couple of basic information about part 3. So that is where we are discussing. We had looked into the concept of Article 32, which talked about the High Court and the Supreme Courts getting the power to issue writs. Okay. Now, Parliament by law can also enhance the writ jurisdiction of the Supreme Court. We had seen habeas corpus. So that is what it is. No questions for practice today. This is an extra class. Just like, sometimes to pass certain bills, there is a provision of holding an additional sitting. So normally in a session, let's say there's a monsoon session. Now monsoon session it may start in say June, July. Say it starts in the month of July, 18th of July, and the session has been decided to be conducted between 18th of July to say 20th of August. This is the monsoon session. Take an example. Now, if by 20th of August, all the important bills the government has planned is not discussed, then additional sittings can also be held. Now, a very important information is that those additional sittings which are held, special sittings which are held, on those days, there is no question hour, there is no 0 hour. So we'll simply follow that same concept. Since this is an extra class, a special sitting, no 0 hour, no question hour. Anyway, so also for you a piece of information. Now, we had discussed habeas corpus already. Now we'll look into mandamus. So habeas corpus was, I gave the example of this entire movie story on how, how we have this opportunity to get this issued by the High Court or Supreme Court against any individual wherever that individual has tried to violate Article 21, that is the liberty of any individual. Second is mandamus. So we'll begin a discussion from this point of mandamus. Mandamus meaning to command. So what is this mandamus? See, mandamus, to give you a simple example, let's say you go to a government office. In the government office, when you enter, you find that there's a person who's constantly, wasting the time playing Candy Crush and all these games, talking to friends, family members, but not performing his task properly at all. and you are not being offered the service that the particular department guarantees. Now, what can you do? Either you complain to his senior, her senior, or you can also go to court. Go to court and ask the court to issue a writ, a directive, an order of mandamus, asking that public official to perform his or her duty. This is the writ of mandamus. For example, let's say, again, one more example could be that if you are working, if you are living somewhere in your colony, and let's assume that in your colony you have found that in the recent times the PCR van does not patrol the area. Now, you may feel this is a serious cause of concern. You can feel that this affects my security. Now, you can go to court, ask the court that please direct the PCR van, the police vans to patrol my area also, right? So, this is issued only against who we call as public officials, not private individuals. Now, mandamus can be issued against private individuals if they are performing some public function. For example, if I get a government contract to build a bridge, for that particular job role, a mandamus can be issued against me. So, against private individuals if performing public function. So, this is what is called a writ of mandamus. Now, the idea being simple, issued against public official, inferior or lower court if he or she has failed to perform his or her duties. Now, it cannot be issued against the president or the governor. Ask the president or the governor to sign a bill. It makes no sense. Then what the hell is a veto power? Right? Veto power is a power of the president to disrupt the passage of a bill. So if you can get this writ issued, it makes no sense. Or also against legislature. So you cannot get this writ issued against legislature that please, Supreme Court, issue an order, ask the parliament to make a law. So these things also can't be done. And as I said, the stress is on private individuals. So you can't go to court and ask the court, please issue writ of mandamus to my father. He is not giving me iPhone. Now that can't be done. Okay. Please be realistic. Your emotions have to be controlled. So please understand that this can only be issued against a private individual. This cannot be issued against a private individual, only public officials. And here, inferior courts do not include high courts. I will repeat this statement which I said in the previous class also. Supreme Court and high courts cannot issue writs to each other. I hope this point is clear. High courts are not inferior to Supreme Court. It is because of our integrated judicial system that the only way or only place where high courts are say subordinate to Supreme Court is because the high court's judgments can be reviewed and challenged or revised in the Supreme Court. That's it. That is why the high courts are placed at a lower position only in case of one situation, that is integrated judiciary. Otherwise, the Supreme Court cannot issue a writ to a high court and vice versa, of course. Okay. So inferior court refers to the lower courts only, the subordinate courts that we see. This is mandamus. I hope this is understood by everybody. Then there are two writs which are very close to each other. One is prohibition, the other is certiorari. Now, what is prohibition or certiorari? To help you understand this point, let's take an example from your personal life only. Let's say There is something called Article 21, right? Article 21 is a very unique kind of article, right to life and liberty. But we know that right to life and liberty can now mean hundreds of things. In the class also we saw right to sleep, right to marry, right to a noise pollution free environment, all these things. Okay. So that is there with respect to the Article 21. Now, as far as this Article 21 is concerned, people go to the court for this Article 21 on various things, right? For example, a few years back, somebody had gone to the court saying that, sir, my lords, I feel very, my job is not nice. My boss harasses me. Colleagues don't talk nicely to me. I somehow am surviving because I need money. So every day when I go back home, the only way for me to, just sit back and relax is when I take out my glass, pour a few pegs or whiskey, wine, whatever, and have a couple of sips. And that helps me forget all these worldly problems. So he said that, my lords, please, under Article 21, please read also that Article 21 also includes the right to forget worldly problems and give me the right to drink. Of course, Supreme Court said leave immediately. But people go to the court for various things. Let us assume that somebody here is a huge fan of smoking marijuana, ganja, and you have collected information also that by smoking ganja, the focus is too good. I am able to retain a lot of information. My memory power has increased. In Canada, they are allowing it. In Amsterdam, they are allowing it. In Thailand, they are allowing it. So somebody says, what is ganja? Oh my, such innocence. It's good. You don't know. Forget that. So by the spelling that you wrote, marijuana, it's a dirty substance for you. It's a substance that we smoke, eat. Bhang maybe another version of ganja or marijuana, right? So anyway, for those who don't know ganja or marijuana, bhang. Think of this. Now you go to court saying, sir, I want Article 21 to include the right to smoke marijuana, right to drink bhang. But the point is, what you have done is, since you do not know properly, you went to a lower court, a subordinate court, and filed this petition. Now, please understand, in the subordinate court, those judges don't have the right to interpret the constitution. Right to interpret the constitution is limited to high courts and Supreme Court. So what you have done is you have filed a petition in front of a court which has no power to look into all these things. Okay. In that case, what is going to happen? The lower court is about to take up a case over which it has no jurisdiction, no power whatsoever. That is a problem. So here, the higher court will come into picture, will issue a writ order. Lower court, stop, don't take up that case. That is beyond your power. I prohibit you from taking up that case. Are we clear on this? This is called prohibition. If a higher court issues an order to the lower court to stop taking a case, that is called prohibition. So prohibition is basically a preventive concept. How is it preventive in nature? It is preventive in nature because it is preventing a lower court from usurping, capturing, taking over the jurisdiction with which it is not vested, not provided. So a lower court does not have any power to interpret Article 21, and how dare it accept a case? That is why the higher court will immediately stop the lower court. Are we clear? So this kind of provision will be used largely by the High Court against all the subordinate courts, district court, session courts, all these courts. Whenever a case is filed in the lower court, over which they have no jurisdiction. Okay, this is prohibition. Now, let us assume that you are very enthusiastic and you have passed or you have filed a case. A case has been filed and has also been accepted by the lower court. What happens now? See, in this situation, this was issued against a lower court about to start the proceedings in a case over which it has no jurisdiction. About to start. What if you have filed a case and the case is accepted by the lower court? Then comes certiorari. Lower court has commenced the proceedings. Trial has begun. Lower court judge has called upon the people, parties, come on, give me data. Yes, you fellow, you want to smoke ganja under Article 21? Give me proof. Why? What's the need? Other parties, what's your concern? Trial has begun. That's also a problem. How could lower court start a trial on such a topic? Are you trying to interpret Article 21? That's not your power. That's not your jurisdiction. Right? So, in this case, what will happen is High Court will issue an order to lower court saying, wait, stop. You transfer the case to me. How dare you take up this case? I will take up this case. I want to enjoy in this case. Come on, bring the case to me. So a higher court can transfer the case to itself. Clear? This is case one. What if the court where you have filed this case, the judge is so excited. He says that, yes, I was waiting for my life for somebody to file a case like this. And he says, yes, under Article 21, right to smoke ganja is now a part of Article 21. Right to carefree environment. And you guys start smoking there only in the court immediately after pronouncing such a judgment. Now, this is also wrong. Why? Because lower court has concluded the verdict only. A judgment has been given. I am not questioning the judgment. I am simply saying, was the lower court authorized to give a judgment in such a matter? Of course not. Lower court has no right to interpret Article 21. How could you pass a judgment? Whether it is right or wrong is of no concern to us. Imagine you go to UPSC and in your form you have filled very clearly that your option is going to be, say, history. Now, in the examination hall, you are given a paper of public administration to write the answers. Even if you write the best possible answers of public administration, do you think you'll get any marks? Of course not. You were there to write what? A history optional paper. So whether you wrote correct answers of PubAd is of no concern to me. You have tried to write an answer to an optional which you had not chosen only. Same thing here. Okay. So higher court can cancel the verdict and transfer the case to itself. Here also. So certiorari can be preventive, like in this case, preventive. It is preventing the lower court from pronouncing a verdict. Here, it is curative. Why is it curative? Because it is curing the wrong done by the lower court. Wrong, not the judgment quality. Wrong in how could the lower court pronounce a judgment like that. So prohibition, certiorari. They both operate in the courts, within the court system. Though since 1991, we have also seen these things being issued against government officials. Sometimes to perform their task, we have to get these issued. Against government officials also. So, prohibition: before a case can be taken up, somebody files a writ petition and the matter is removed from the lower court. Certiorari: case 1, after a case has been accepted by the lower court. Case 2, after a judgment has been given. Okay, so this is with respect to prohibition and certiorari. Okay, now the last writ is quo warranto. By what authority? So sometimes a public official may be occupying some position wherein he does not satisfy the basic qualification to hold that position. For example, you must have heard of this these petitions filed every time that how can Rahul Gandhi contest elections? He is not even a citizen of India. Now, to become an MP, the biggest qualification is that you have to be a citizen of India. Now, imagine you contest elections and you win the election. The point is very simple. I am not questioning whether you won the election or not. I am questioning whether you were even eligible to sit for the elections, contest elections or not. That's my question. So I will go to court, ask the court that, sir, please issue this writ of quo warranto. Ask this person to prove how dare he sit on this post. You please ask him to prove whether he is even eligible to contest elections. And if the merit is found that yes, he cannot, and if Rahul Gandhi is unable to prove that he is a citizen of India, then the court will remove him. So it does not check anything else but the eligibility of any public official on whether he is satisfying the basic qualification to occupy or hold the public position or not. So this is there with respect to quo warranto. A better example from your personal life only would be, imagine a situation where you don't study properly despite all these scoldings that I give normally, or other faculty will talk to you nicely, give you motivation every day that please study, but you don't study. You waste one attempt, two, three, four, five, whatever attempts you have, you waste all of them. Now you have turned 32. Now you realized what mistakes you have made in life. It's too late now. Age is gone. Now suddenly a friend of yours comes and says, don't worry, I will get you an OBC certificate. You sit for the exam. You say, okay. And this time you say, now this is my last chance and I have to sit and study properly. And you study properly, you revise, you practice answers, everything. Then you clear the examination. Based on the false certificate, you clear the examination also. When you clear the examination, Rajya Sabha TV, various news channels come to your house. Sir, how did you prepare? Ma'am, how did you prepare? And you were like, it was natural to me. I hardly studied. These things, I was born with this quality and all. And then you start giving tips on what to do to other aspirants to spoil their future also. Anyway, you are enjoying your life, all this celebration, partying, everything. Your parents are proud of you, right? Friends are very happy. But neighbors are very jealous. That's a duty of a neighbor, to be jealous of the success of the other neighbor. The neighbor has a problem. See, neighbors have every piece of information about us, who we are roaming around with, whether we smoke cigarettes or not, everything. So the neighbor thinks that he takes out his information diary about you that he keeps. And he sees that this person has turned 34. Last year he was 33. How could he sit for the examination? So he goes to court, files the case. Sir, ask him. Ask this fellow to prove whether he is actually eligible to sit for the exam or not. I am not questioning whether you qualified or not. I am questioning whether you are eligible to sit for the exam or not, whether you meet the basic qualification criteria or not. This is where the quo warranto concept kicks in. So as I said, anybody can go and file a case. It is not that some locus standi is required, not required. Neighbor may not be an aspirant. Neighbor can be 60 years old. So here, no need for locus standi. Okay, so this is with respect to quo warranto. Solve a question asked last year. Kishan, as I said, High Courts and Supreme Court cannot issue writs to each other, right? What, Vivek? Locus standard? Locus standi. What is this? Forgot all about locus standi. Refer to your judiciary classes, PIL. Oh, interesting. A lot of you have marked this correct. Great. So, with reference to the writs issued by the courts in India, basically two is wrong. Mandamus will not lie against a company even though it may be a government company. Makes no sense absolutely. Mandamus lies against public officials only. So, if it's a government company, mandamus will lie against it. We can always ask the court to issue a writ of mandamus to force these government authorities to perform their functions. Two is wrong. Remove this, remove this, remove this. You have the answer. 1 and 3 are correct. Okay. Now, we are done with Article 33. It's done. Article 32. Rights are done. All the rights are done now. Please enjoy these rights, harass other people, and enjoy these rights as much as you can. Okay. Now, a couple of other things. Article 33, 34, and 35. Article 33 says that, see, in our country, there are certain types of services. Now, imagine you have a right to sleep as a part of Article 21. Fair enough. Imagine you are in the armed forces, and when your senior tells you, come on, go and attack Pakistan, and you say, sir, wait, Article 21, right to sleep, I'll sleep right now. What is this nonsense? There are some situations where you may not be allowed to enjoy these rights, to inculcate discipline, etc. Right? Or let's say giving freedom of speech to armed forces. So if an armed forces personnel gets their freedom of speech too much, they may start criticizing the armed forces only, lowering the morale of the officers. It may happen. So these fundamental rights that are given by this part, which part? Part 3. They can be modified in their application, meaning the rights can be curtailed. And for those who are going to join IPS service and all, you please really understand that under the Indian Police Act, as a Police Force Restriction of Rights Act 1966, some of your fundamental rights will be curtailed. You will not be able to enjoy the fundamental rights in the same fashion as other people. Okay. Parliament can make laws and such laws can't be challenged also. To give you a simple example of real life scenario, a few years back there was a BSF Jawan who had actually shot a video criticizing the food quality given to the Jawans in BSF. Of course, he was removed from service. You cannot do all this nonsense. It lowers the morale of other armed forces, paramilitary forces personnel. So you can't do all this. Limitation on your rights. Others will enjoy. You please calm down. That is Article 33. Article 34. This is a concept of what is called martial law. What is martial law? Martial law means military rule. There is a movie also starring Mithun Chakravarti called Military Raj or something. Don't watch that movie. It may, if you watch that movie, it may impact your preparation. You may lose some brain cells also. So please don't. Anyway, what is a martial law? This is your state. Let's assume this is the state you are living in. Not the mental state, I'm saying the state. In this state, there is a small area wherein people have gone completely crazy. There is complete breakdown of law and order in this area. Law and order breakdown. Now you will say, sir, if there is law and order breakdown, we have the police, right? How many police personnel? Have you seen our police personnel? In a city, 10, 20 lakh people live. Handful of police personnel, right? So when these police personnel are not able to manage the situation, the local DM, SP, nobody can manage the situation, then what will the state government do? State government says, sorry, we cannot manage the situation. Center, please help us. It's your duty to protect us from internal disturbance also. Center says, okay, don't cry. I'm sending in the armed forces. Armed forces are sent, okay, to that area to restore law and order. This is what is called military rule. For that area only, armed forces will rule. Meaning, the local government is suspended, law courts are suspended for the time frame, no SP, no DM, nothing. Army will rule there for a few days, hours, whatever, weeks. Once the law and order is restored back to normal, armed forces can say, our task is over, we are going. Are we clear on this? This is called martial law. Now, during martial law, your fundamental rights may be affected. Except Article 21. Article 21 never goes away. I hope this point is clear. Now, what precisely happens in martial law, we don't know, because we have never seen a martial law in the country. Now, martial law was seen in the Sepoy Mutiny, as the Britishers used to call it, 1857, or the martial law was seen in the Paika Rebellion in Cuttack, 1817, 1818. But in independent India, we have never seen this. So we don't exactly know what may happen, but that's why we say it is implicit. It is there in the implied sense. So no guideline is there on what to do for martial law. Okay. So that is why this is the concept of martial law, where for a small area within a state, the armed forces can temporarily govern that area. That is called martial law. Okay. So that's it with respect to Article 34. And lastly, Article 35. A couple of you, Vivek and Karan, you are asking, sir, is it like military coup or the Pakistan takes over the government in Pakistan, the military takes over the government? No, that is not a martial law. That is called military coup. When the military removes the government forcefully and takes over. Here, the central government is asking the military to take over that small area for a temporary period to restore law and order. That's it, for no other reason. So this is not like the military coups where the military generals will take over the administration, snatching power from the government. It is the government asking the military to govern a smaller area because the regular law enforcement agencies are unable to restore administration. And lastly, Article 35. Only Parliament can make laws on certain matters and not the state legislature. Like Article 16, Clause 3, providing residence as a condition for employment. Only the Parliament can make laws on this. Then empowering other courts to issue writs. So as of now, only High Court and Supreme Court can issue writs. If you want, or the Parliament wants, it can also allow other courts to issue writs. And then Article 33, meaning the fundamental rights can be curtailed for certain officials. Article 34, which is military rule, martial law. Then Article 17, punishment for untouchability. And Article 23, punishment for traffic in human beings and forced labor. So on all these areas, only the Parliament can make a law. The state legislature cannot make a law. Then we know this very well that under Article 358, Article 19 is suspended. Under Article 359, the movement to court is suspended. We have discussed this in detail when we were studying the emergency provisions. I hope you remember. Okay. We are done with our fundamental rights. And just to summarize the entire concept of the civil and political rights that we have, most of the rights are available against the state. State shall not discriminate. State shall not do this. State shall not violate. Right? State will not give double punishment. No self-incrimination. Most of these rights are available against the state only. Right? But some rights are available against people also. Article 17. How can state practice untouchability? People practice untouchability. Or Article 23. In fact, the state is allowed to impose compulsory service. It is the people who are not allowed to impose compulsory service. So, of course, some rights against state, other rights against everybody. Most rights are negative obligations. What is negative obligations? The language, state cannot. Right? State cannot discriminate. No one shall be denied their right. So these are all negative obligations. Somebody is not allowed to do something. Negative obligation. Somebody is allowed to do something. Positive obligation. Example. Any example of an expectation from the state? Very beautiful example. 21A. 21A is what? Right to education. So the article does not say the state shall not discriminate. The article says the state will provide education in such a form or manner that they feel like. So we have passed a law. So this is actually a positive obligation. The state has to perform something for the citizens. Then Some rights are self-executory. Others require supplementary and complementary laws, like Article 17, Article 21A, Article 23, Article 24, all these things. We have seen what is non-self-executory. Then all fundamental rights are justiciable. What is meant by justiciable? We can go to which place? The court. Then fundamental rights are not absolute. I think this is where we had begun our discussion. Our fundamental rights are not absolute. Limitations, restrictions can be imposed on our fundamental rights. And finally, some rights are available only to citizens. We know those 5 rights: 15, 16, 19, 29, and 30. Beyond that, we know that rights can be suspended during emergency. Article 358, Article 359. Then uh, again, they can be modified in their application to special services. This is Article 30, what? 3. And fundamental rights are amendable. Rights can be modified. Okay, that's it. We are done with fundamental rights. Kishan, writs are orders. The synonym for writ is order. Writ means order or directive. Abhijit, yes, they are. Kishan, Article 17. I mentioned the class while I taught Article 17. The misconception that Article 17 is an absolute fundamental right. So I'd explained why Article 17 is not a fundamental right. Article 17 is a restriction. What restriction? That nobody will practice untouchability. What is this a right? So Article 17 is not a fundamental right. It's actually a restriction on people. That's why it is an absolute kind of situation, because it is not a fundamental right. Shalu, sir, martial law, in the entire country, there is no such concept which says you can't do it. But be logical, if it's there in the entire country, it's better to go for national emergency, right? So that's there. Now we have the next part, DPSP, the Directive Principles of State Policy, Part 4, Articles 36 to 51. This is where you will understand that India is a welfare state. DPSP is all about the concept of welfare. And it is a DPSP which tells us that India is a welfare state. Now you'll see, sir, what is welfare state? Welfare state refers to any state that protects and promotes what? Economic and social well-being of its people. Economic and social well-being of its people. This is what is called a welfare state. India is a welfare state. Our policies are geared in such a fashion to promote the growth of every individual, etc. You will see how in the DPSP, all these articles talk about welfare, the concept of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. Now, what has been the inspiration? Of course, from the Irish Constitution. There also, in their own constitution, there is an Article 45 which talks about the idea of directive principles of social policy. So in Ireland, they call that directive principles of social policy. We have modified it and we call it directive principles of state policy. Then also in the Government of India Act 1935, there was something called instruments of instruction. Instruction given to the government on what kind of policies to make. Then Sapru Committee. The Sapru Committee also gave a recommendation that we should have some kind of rights which should be non-justiciable. Sir Tej Bahadur Sapru, the leader of Liberal Party. Then we have the socialist, Gandhian, and liberal principles in general, which have also impacted the formation of DPSP. Liberal principles. What is a liberal principle? Liberal principles are modern intellectual principles wherein we accept the liberal. Who is a liberal person? Liberal person is somebody who is willing to hear the alternative argument also. Let us say you believe that you have some strong held belief or notion about your religion, for example. Are you open to hearing somebody else's point of view? Liberal person. If you say are a fan of BJP, are you able to hear good things about Congress or criticism of BJP? Liberal person. That's it. Sadly, in our country, most people who claim that they are liberal are not liberal at all, because it's always the left wingers who claim that they are liberal. And they are the least liberal of people because they feel they are always right. Second is Gandhian, from, of course, Gandhiji. Gandhiji believed in grassroots democracy, empowering people, etc. And then socialistic. Socialistic is based on the nation's resources being controlled by people. Welfare, again, welfare. Controlled by people. So all these people who were providing for DPSPs, they said that it's a very simple task. We should incorporate various kinds of principles. Now, this article is important. As I was saying, the importance of DPSP is that let us make some principles, and these principles can be the guiding light for us for the coming generations of governments, whether state government or central government, that whenever you are making these policies, please make sure that you incorporate these principles while making laws in the country. So this is Article 37. Let's read. The provisions contained in this part, which part? Part 4, shall not be enforceable by any court. So whatever is mentioned in DPSPs, it can't be enforced in courts. Non-justiciable. That is why we call DPSP as non-justiciable. Now you will say, then what is the point? If something is non-justiciable, I can't go to court to claim it, then what is the point of having all these things? However, let me remind you, but the principles therein laid down, meaning the principles mentioned here, are nevertheless fundamental in the governance of the country. So these are the most fundamental principles which are required to govern a country. And not just this, it shall be the duty of the state to incorporate, to apply these principles while making laws. So yes, I can't go to court and claim it, but it is very, very important that these principles are applied by the state and central government in making a law. See, we fully understand that fundamental right is the bedrock of political democracy. But you can only enjoy fundamental rights if there is a sense of social security and a sense of economic well-being. Without that, it is going to be difficult to enjoy fundamental rights, right? So this is there with respect to fundamental rights. That is why DPSPs are required, so that we are able to comprehensively enjoy these fundamental rights. I hope now you understand. Now, directive principles of state policy. State, what is state here? So Article 36 says state here has the same meaning as in part 3. Meaning what? Government of India, government of state, all those things, same meaning. Now, these principles have been classified along 3 lines: socialist, Gandhian, and liberal. Constitution has not done it. We have done it for our easy understanding. Are we getting this point? Not by or in the Constitution. We have done it. So you can see some principles are socialist, some are Gandhian, some are liberal. Sometimes some article you'll find that they have both these aspects, socialist also, Gandhian also. It is very easy to find out which is socialist, which is Gandhian, which is liberal. See, Gandhian will be based on same things: panchayats, cooperatives, empowering the people, grassroots, etc. Don't drink, don't kill animals. Socialist will be largely based on providing jobs, equal salary, better treatment of employees, all these things. Liberal, common laws for everybody, international peace, protect the national monuments, protect the wildlife. These are liberal principles. Okay. We'll see all these DPSPs one by one, but let me tell you, there is absolutely no need to mug up these DPSPs, right? There is absolutely no need to mug up these DPSPs. Why I say this is because it is not possible, firstly. Number two, don't expect that they would ask you to replicate a DPSP. No. You need to roughly remember what these articles contain. That's it. For example, Article 38. State to secure a social order for the promotion of welfare of the people. So, the state shall strive, take the effort to promote the welfare of the people by securing and protecting as effectively as it may a social order in which justice, social, economic, and political shall inform all the institutions of national life. You know, this phrase is also mentioned in the preamble. Okay. Second clause says the state shall in particular, see how this is a very general kind of principle. Now it has become very focused. In particular, strive to minimize inequalities in income. Okay. Minimizing the inequality in income. Equal income for everybody. Endeavor, strive to eliminate inequalities in status, inequality in facility, inequality in opportunities, not only amongst individuals but also amongst groups of people residing in different areas or engaged in different vocation. Vocation means profession. Now, nice article. Idea is so noble that there should be equality in income, status, opportunities, etc. But tell me, can we claim this in court? Makes it very weird. If you go to court and say, court, when Virat Kohli goes on road, people are crazy about his autograph. When I go on the road, nobody even recognizes me. What is this? I want same status as Virat Kohli. That may not be possible, right? So these ideas look nice on paper, but they may not be very practical in reality. That is why we have not given ourselves the right to take these things to court. They have been left for the government. The government should keep on trying to make policies which eventually end up in achieving these results. That is our end goal. So always think of DPSP as some kind of end goal of the state, that this is what we want eventually, that there should be equality of status, opportunity, etc. amongst all. Then Article 39, certain principles to be followed by the state. The state shall, in particular, whenever it makes its policies, it should direct its policy in such a fashion that all the citizens, men and women, equally have the rights to an adequate means of livelihood. This means what? And jobs for everyone, basically. Second thing, that the ownership and control of material resources of the community are so distributed as best to subserve the common good. We have seen this. We have seen this actually under Article 31C. When we said that, what? If the Parliament's intention is to achieve 39B and C, it can also violate 14 and 19. What is 39B? The ownership and control of the resources of the country, they should be distributed to the benefit of everybody. The country's resources should be distributed properly amongst everyone. C says, whatever policies we make, it should not result in concentration of wealth in the hands of few people. And while I was teaching this topic, I had also mentioned some statistics on how this is not happening in reality. Of course, it is not happening in reality. Why I say this is because uh, the bottom 50% people and the top 10% people, the top 10% people are earning 20 times what bottom 50% are earning. That is the harsh reality of inequality. And since 1950, we have DPSP here, which says minimize inequality. Where is lack of concentration of wealth? There is complete concentration of wealth in our country, which has always remained. That's there. Then D, there shall be equal pay for equal work for both men and women. That's not a problem in our country. It's largely a Western issue, so let it be there only. But yes, in case such an issue happens, the state should try to provide that there should be equal pay for equal work. Then that the health and strength of workers, men and women, and the tender age of children are not abused, and the citizens are not forced by economic necessity to enter avocation. Avocation is profession unsuited to their age or strength. Now, this is very silly. The article says that uh, the citizens should not be forced because of economic reasons to work. Why do people work? For economic reasons only. Handful of people in 0.1 percentage are practicing or are performing or are in a job which they love, which they wanted to do. Most people are just working because money is required. Otherwise, you would not need vacations. You not want to have fun, right? And we say that there's a group of people who don't like their job much. That group is called everybody. Most people hate their job. A lot of you here must be working professionals. Why are you going to change the job? Because you don't like your current job. But you're holding it because it pays money. The point is that eventually everybody is working for money only. What is this nonsense that people should not be forced to working because of economic reasons? Again, not possible. These are very high funda principles. We cannot make them justiciable in court. That becomes a problem. Then that children are given opportunities and facilities to develop in a healthy manner and in conditions of freedom and dignity, and that childhood and youth are protected against exploitation of any kind, moral or material exploitation or abandonment. Moral support, material support to be given to kids. Don't abandon them either morally or materially. So this is again a problem. See, tender age of children are not abused. Childhood and youth are protected against exploitation. It's the same thing. It's like some UPSC aspirant who is writing an answer. He knows only a few points and he has to write 10 points now. The same point he is repeating again and again. It's a classic example. That's what you'll find in DPSP. Lot of repetitions are there. Okay. Then 39A. Now, some DPSPs were added later on through amendments. We'll discuss that later on separately. What were the 4 amendments made to DPSPs? 39A, I think we know this. Please tell me, what have we done for providing equal justice and free legal aid? State shall secure the operation of legal system that it promotes justice on the basis of equal opportunity and can also provide for free legal aid. Reservation? What is reservation, Vivek? Any random thing you will say. Legal Services Authorities Act, NALSA. A classic example is the entire structure of NALSA that has been provided to us. Free legal aid. Okay. Then, okay, great. Some of you are writing. Then we have Article 40. Now, Article 40. State shall take steps to organize village panchayats. What kind of principle is this? Gandhian principle. We know very well Gandhiji loved panchayats. And what have we done for this? Have we not passed the 73rd Amendment Act 1992? To do what? To provide constitutional status to panchayats. Then 41, right to work. Again, right to work. Nonsense. Here we saw right to work. All citizens have means of livelihood. Too many repetitions. Here and there, same idea being repeated again and again. So, state shall, within the limits of its economic capacity and development, make effective provisions for securing right to work, right to education, again, same thing, and to public assistance in cases of unemployment, old age, sickness, disablement, etc. For example, a lot of these states do provide for something called unemployment allowance. So all those people who have who are unemployed and are graduates in your state, find out if a scheme runs like this and you can apply for it and you'll get some money. Don't expect 10 lakh rupees package. Some 500 rupees, 600 rupees per year you will get as unemployment allowance. You can drink some juice with that and gain some energy. So this is Article 41. Then Article 42. The state shall make provisions for securing just and humane conditions of work and for maternity relief. What is this maternity relief? Have we made any kind of statement or any kind of law in this regard? Tell me. For maternity relief, what is the law? The law is called the Maternity Benefits Act. We have made a law which provides for lot of security, etc. Maternity benefits to pregnant women. For example, paid leave, 26 weeks of paid leave, etc. is there for up to only 2 kids. Are you clear? Third kid onwards, the leave is only 12 weeks. So it is basically done to promote having lesser kids. In fact, couple of years back, one lady had gone to court. She had the third kid, and the point is that in case you are having a third child, you'll only get 12 weeks of paid leave. So she went to court saying, why this differential treatment? My first 2 kids, I got to spend more time with them. Third kid, I did not. Every kid has a right to motherly love. You are depriving us of it. The court said, by the law is being made to curb to curb population. You have been told before and only, don't have 3 kids. If you have a third kid, the state cannot provide for paid leave or cannot instruct the private companies to give you paid leave. Sorry. 2 kids, 26 weeks. Third kid onwards, you are on your own. 12 weeks of paid leave only. That is why the discrimination. For others who are joining late and in between, I have very clearly said there is no need to mug up these articles because it's not possible also. And for those who are in the class right from beginning and asking this question, pay attention, wake up. Article 43. The state shall endeavor to secure by suitable law or economic organization to all workers, agricultural, industrial, or otherwise work. Again, the same kind of nonsense. Right to work. This is the third time we are seeing right to work. What is this idea then that we have saying that DPSP should be justiciable? We can't. The same concept over and over and over again. A living wage, conditions of work, ensuring a decent standard of life. And how do we ensure that? Decent. What is decent standard of life? And full enjoyment of leisure. Now look at this. Full enjoyment of leisure. How can the state ensure that when you go back home, you have full enjoyment of leisure? You go back home and you enjoy life. That we can't ensure. Okay. And social and cultural opportunities. This talks about largely welfare. Meaning what? Socialistic principle. Then suddenly the article becomes very focused. And in particular, the state shall endeavor to promote cottage industries on a cooperative basis. Gandhian principle. See how in one article only you will have a socialistic principle also and Gandhian principle also. So this is basically Gandhian in nature. I hope now the point is clear. See, living wage basically, you Subhash, refers to the lowest wage at which subsistence needs can be met. Okay. Minimum wage is the lowest permissible rate of pay at which any employee is willing to sell his work. That's called minimum wage. Below this, I will not work. Living wage is slightly better in the sense that uh, there are a lot of things which are required. Basic subsistence level, food, shelter, clothing. Now there is internet, right? Health security, health insurance, education, etc. So the lowest possible wage at which subsistence survival can be met. It may vary. Some country it's very high. India it's not very high. In India things are cheap. Then Article 43A. Participation of workers in the management of industries. The state shall take steps to secure the participation of workers in the management of industries, undertakings, etc. So in all these PSUs, you will find one employee in the board, one member of the board who is a trade association member. That is the representation of workers in the management of industries. Okay. Then 43B, promotion of cooperative societies. So the state can provide for formation, functioning, control, etc., management of cooperative societies. Now comes a dangerous article, UCC, Uniform Civil Code. What is Uniform Civil Code? Before that, the state shall endeavor to secure for the citizens a UCC throughout the territory of India. What is UCC? UCC refers to a common law governing personal matters. Common law. Governing personal matters. What are some personal matters? See, anyone who has joined late, don't worry. The recording of this live class is available now. I think you know very well. Why to panic? No need to panic. Example, divorce, marriage, inheritance, etc. Okay? This is called Uniform Civil Code. Don't we have a common personal law in the country? We don't. Various religions have various different laws. For Hindus, we have the Hindu code bills. Who is this fellow? Who is asking? Live in relationship. Vivek. Oh, we have some high liberal Netflix generation also here. Live in relationship. If you want to live with anybody, live with anyone. Who cares? Nobody cares. Your parents will only care. Others have no interest. But there is no right as such. At least not at the same level as marriage. Anyway, for Hindus, you have a Hindu Marriage Act, Hindu Succession Act, Hindu Minority and Guardianship. Minority means not religious minority, under 18. Hindu Adoption and Maintenance Act. All these laws are there. Hindus here basically refer to Hindus, Buddhists, Sikh, and Jains. Okay. Muslims. Muslim personal law is there. Dissolution of Muslim Marriage Act is there. For Christians, we have Indian Christian Marriage Act. For Parsis, Parsi Marriage and Divorce Act. And for Sikh, Anand Marriage Act. Now, Sikh is also covered under Hindus. Are we clear? But they have a separate law also. Pritam, for SC, what is this SC? Scheduled caste or Supreme Court? Sarafuddin, are these laws legal? What kind of? Of course, these laws are legal. Prashant, it is 18. Under 18 are minors. Okay. So the idea is that minors cannot give consent. So who controls the minor, guardianship, all those things. Apart from this, plus laws in tribal areas. Don't people in Schedule 5, Schedule 6 areas have various laws? Of course. Okay. Pritam, I just mentioned here, by Hindus also include Hindus, Jains, Buddhists, and Sikh. And what is this schedule? Schedule caste is a Hindu only. Abhishek, sir, how then atheist will marry and divorce? So you want to marry also and divorce also. So, okay, sir, no problem. If you are an atheist, don't believe in religion, but still want to marry, then there is an option for you. Don't lose hope. There is a religion neutral law also in the country. What is that law called? That law is called Special Marriage Act of 1954. Okay. Yes, Kishan, only the Hindu laws are made by the Indian Parliament. All other laws of other religions are basically pre-independence. Forget all this. My simple question to you. Do we have Shobna, who is this atheist? Which god do they worship? You don't know who is an atheist. No. Big trouble. Anyway, so Shobna, and for others who don't know what is this atheist as a person. So you believe in God. You have created this concept of God. There is some magical power somewhere. Atheists deny your proposition. Atheists say, we don't know. What is this? Atheists reject your proposition that there is something called God. That person is called an atheist. Atheists are not people who don't believe in God. They don't believe in your belief in God because it can't be proved. That's why. Those people who have no interest in such things, they are called agnostics, or people who can't be, sure. They are called agnostics. So this is more of a religious discussion. Atheists are people. So for in a layman's terms, atheists don't believe in God. But that's a wrong definition. Atheists are basically those people who reject your definition of God. Okay. Now my question is, we have a common civil law. We have a common criminal law. Why not common personal law? What is this nonsense? Hindus separately, Muslims separately, Christians separately. One common law. Please, let's take a poll. 10 seconds. A for yes, B for no. Should we have a uniform civil law in the country or not? Meaning, should we have a common personal law in the country for all religions? A for yes, B for no. Haji, A for yes. Who all are saying yes? Give reasons. Come on. Don't waste time. Give reasons quickly. Kivika says C. None of the above. Why none of the above? In some states, it is. Which state is following uniform civil code? Goa. Goa follows a Portuguese civil code. Uttarakhand? When did Uttarakhand have a uniform civil code? They're just planning to make it. When they make it, we'll see how they make it. Bhumika, women discrimination in Muslim personal laws. Okay. Equality. No, because the culture of marriage is different. Especially in Muslim laws, there are many flaws. Prashant, recently they announced. Forget the announcement. Once the law is made, we'll see. Jyoti, in Muslim, 3 times divorce, then divorce. Triple talaq. That has been removed, right? Okay. Okay. Some of you are saying that largely in the Muslim laws or in religious laws in general, we find that women face some problems. There is some idea of social inequality, etc. Fair enough. Those points are understandable. One thing is ensuring equal rights for the marginalized groups, the weaker sections in any religion, securing gender equality, addressed. Now, beyond that, multiple laws in the country also help in creating a nation within a nation. So you'll have small groups of people, because they follow their personal matters separately, we may get a feeling of subnationalism. What is subnationalism? A nation inside a nation, multiple nations inside the country, and that could be a problem. So we have to check that. So it may prevent this feeling also amongst people. A sense of equality always promotes more social harmony. It may foster a national integration, a social integration, that we are all Indians, mainstream, a sense of uniformity is there. And with so many laws, the judiciary's task becomes difficult. So it will ease the task of judiciary also. What we say as the simplification of legal system. Okay, that can be simplified. And then people say, oh, we have a common civil law, we have a common criminal law, why not common personal law? Yes, so these are actually points wherein we can say that yes, a uniformity is required across the country. But then what are the challenges? Challenge number one: diversity. India is too diverse. I mean, it is too diverse with respect to, say, religion, with respect to tribal groups. Do you think it's possible to have one common law? Impossible. And what about the promise and guarantee of Article 25, Article 26? See, religious matters are deeply enmeshed with the religion. These personal matters are deeply enmeshed with religion. So even for those people who, let's say, claim that they're atheists, they will perform the marriage ceremony like this only, under whatever the custom is. So in our country, it is very difficult to segregate that aspect from personalities. People, so a simple example: religion can never be divorced from life. How? Especially for Indians, you'll find we will never step on a book. It's not possible. You may try to impress people by doing it. Oh, no, I don't care. But deep down, if you are alone and you're walking, you will never step on a book. It comes naturally. That's how we are trained and ingrained. You may not believe in God, but still you'll not do it. So that you can say, no, it's just respect. That's the whole thing. So this is all natural. Why to create this sense of commonality? And you have to also understand a very important thing here, that the focus has to always be on reform, not homogenization. So that will also be a challenge. There is absolutely no need to make be uniform here. It's okay. We have guaranteed people that you will enjoy your personal freedom in religion. Enjoy. Apart from it, how to frame a UCC? So far, various states, like somebody is claiming Uttarakhand is saying all these things. Okay. But the problem is, have they made a UCC? Not yet. And I would simply like to point this out, that any debate on uniform civil code can only begin if somebody tells us this is the UCC bill, we have made it, please, let's see. But the problem is, you cannot simply codify various customs of various religions under one roof. How will you do it? And the problem here is, even if I frame a UCC, if the UCC is very close to, say, Muslim laws or Christian laws, all the Hindus will say, see, appeasement is happening in the country. If the religious UCC is very close to Hindu laws, all minority will say, see, after all, India has become a fascist Hindu nation. You can never please everyone. Frankly, it is always going to be the case. There are what neutral principles to adopt. How to make a UCC is the biggest challenge. That is why all the people are shouting UCC, but nobody is willing to sit down and prepare a bill. That is the challenge. And of course, it may alienate minority communities. That's also there. They may feel alienated that, okay, what is this parliament, which is largely a Hindu majority parliament, interfering in our personal matters? That's also there. And see, this is a very India is a secular state. It should not interfere in personal matters. It's okay. And we also have to take the states on board. Why? Because all this is in the concurrent list. Marriage, divorce, etc. as a topic is in the concurrent list, entry number 5. So states have to be taken on board. There is complete lack of national consensus on this. So all these are challenges. So what is the way forward? See, one thing I would also agree with all of you here, that yes, in certain religions, the doctrines are slightly skewed in the favor of males and certain sections. Why don't we remove those practices? So somebody said that divorce 3 times and divorce in Islam. That's a very simplistic way of saying it, but yes. So triple talaq, a slightly more refined version. So if you pronounce talaq 3 times, the talaq happens, and only the men could do it. This has been removed. So that's a good thing, right? When you find a problem in religion, remove that selectively, because the state can always provide for social welfare and reform. Article 25. So as far as the state is concerned, its task is to weed out those practices. And that is what we should do. Weed out, remove any such practice which is derogatory to any individual, any woman, any group, etc. That we can do. We are doing it slowly. Then we can raise awareness also. Apart from it, rather than forcing people, why don't we promote special marriage act? Like people here also. All those people here, even if you are marrying see, special marriage act is meant for inter-religious marriages, largely. If you are a Hindu and you're marrying a Muslim, neither of you wants to convert, then what do? Special marriage act. But a Hindu marrying a Hindu, you can also go for a special marriage act. It's a choice. So the point here is, why don't we promote special marriage act only, that more people should get their marriages registered under special marriage act? And if you want, create a UCC, make it optional. Make it optional. Don't force it. The more aware people become, more and more people will come into the fold of UCC, and then the religious laws will be used by very few people. It may become obsolete, outdated on its own. So forcing things on people is never the right way. And a lot of people are constantly focusing on equal laws, same laws. Nobody is talking about how we should have reform. So focus has to be on reform, not homogenization, because unity, not uniformity, must be our aim, right? It is not our differences that divide us. It is the inability to recognize, to accept, and celebrate those differences. So that is a real problem here. We attain unity only through variety. Differences must be integrated, not annihilated, right? And frankly, what divides us pales in comparison to what unites us. So we don't really see the need of a UCC, not right now. Okay. Eventually, after say hundreds of years, maybe if we want, we can weed out those practices. But the right way to go forward is to just remove those kind of practices which are derogatory to individuals from every religion, which the state can do. Beyond that, the state has better things to do than making personal laws and all, not required. Because then, would you want to make the same law for tribals in Nagaland, tribals in Madhya Pradesh? Their culture, their custom may get violated. So, of course, we will never be able to have a common law. That's not possible. Prashant, just take all principles and make. How to take all principles and make one UCC? What if there's a conflicting principle between the Hindus and the Muslims? Then what do we do? You have to choose right. And you will say, sir, then choose the right one. How do you know what is right? Based on your own ethical standard, you will think of something as right. That's the problem. Kishan, what about same? You have asked this question 10 times, I think, Kishan. What about same-sex marriages? That's what I said, Prashant. You are saying choose positive. Who decides positive? Who decides what is positive? That's a big problem. Who gives us the right to decide that this is positive? Because it's a religious practice. As simple as that. Kishan, what about same-sex marriage? Is it under the constitution? So it is under UCC. Same-sex marriage is not recognized in India. Even if you have a UCC, it may not be accepted. We have to separately provide for changes as far as the laws are concerned to provide for same-sex marriage, changing the definitions of parents, mother, father, all these things. Constitution. Where does I ask you a simple question. Should we be allowed to marry distant cousins? You may say yes or no, depending on your belief. Does the constitution say anything about it? Yes or no? No, right? There are a lot of personal aspects where the constitution has nothing to say. Constitution is a legal book. It does not delve into all these personal matters. It should not. We'll make a mockery of the constitution if we ask it to do all these things. To give you an example, if you go to the southern part of the country, a girl is allowed to marry the mother's brother. You go to northern part of the country, it's unthinkable. In the same religion. In the same religion. So what common practice are we talking about? What is the commonality here? There is nothing common. Let it be. So this is the way forward. Anyway, in case there is any issue with respect to the way forward, you can feel free, choose the need and mention the conclusion as need. This is important. That's it. I am just giving you a way forward. That's what I said. That if there is triple talaq, which was now, don't quote triple talaq now. It is gone. Now you may say, sir, but it is being practiced illegally. If things are illegal, what can we do? We can only make a law to prevent it, right? We can't go to the hearts of people. So triple talaq is gone now. That is why selectively removing any such practice which violates the rights of any individual, that is our target. What is this commonality that we're talking about? That should be our target. Open mind. Prashant, what about 7 wives? Prashant, I think lack of info. What is this 7 wives? I don't understand. What is 7 wives? I don't know. Is there any law which provides for 7 wives? Are you referring to 4 wives for Muslims? Muslims can marry up to 4 times. Is that what you're referring to? Polygamy. Hijab wearing girls in college. Snehalata is angry. Why is Supreme Court deciding? Of course, we have discussed this. Supreme Court should keep out of all this. They should not decide all these things. Let the Parliament decide. Today also, some place child marriage is happening. Why? Firstly, child marriage is happening because some religions allow for it. Very simple. We can simply cancel those provisions in the religion, saying that whatever your personal law says, there is absolutely no need to follow it because that has been removed. So we can selectively remove those practices. Okay. So this is with respect to the UCC. The choice is yours. I have given you a way forward. You can feel free to say that yes, it is required. It is there. Okay. Now coming to Montu, the same thing. Sakshi, there is no such country like this. Every country follows some kind of, or their personal laws are very close to a religious law. Okay. And Montu, again, the same idea. Give preference to constitution over religion. The whole idea is that this only. But how can the constitution frame your personal laws? So personal laws are not mentioned in the constitution, right? So the constitution cannot frame those things. As far as any problem is concerned, let's say in your personal law, there is, say, untouchability. Some groups in Hinduism not allowed to enter the temples. We made a law. That practice cannot be followed. That's what I'm saying. If in any law, any personal law for any religion, let's say Islam, if they're allowing a child marriage in their personal laws, we should selectively pass a law to remove that aspect. Why to waste our time and energy in revamping the entire system? There is no need. As I said, if you have a stomach ache or if you have headache, you don't remove your head only. If you have some injury in the arm, don't cut off your arm only, right? We selectively take the medicines to target the particular problem. That's it. Snehalata, I mean, we have discussed this. The essential just practice that Supreme Court has no right to interfere. But what can we do? The Parliament has to make a law to say that Supreme Court keep out of it. You're asking the same thing again and again. We have discussed it in Article 26. I fully agree with your point. I appreciate your point. Yes, Somile, that's true. Okay. Article 45 now. We have seen Article 45. Article 45 talks about, guys, break at 9. Not right now. Have patience. So Article 45 talks about providing ECCE. ECCE. What is ECCE? Early Childhood Care and Education. That is called ECCE. You know, in your uh, private schools and all, you must be observing how kids are now sent to a play school, pre-kindergarten, etc. Even before the age of 6, the kids in the private schools are studying. They have started learning. The same is not there in the government school. So the state shall endeavor to provide ECCE for all children until they complete the age of 6 years. So that is our next target, that we may try to provide for early childhood care and education for all kids till they attain the age of 6 years. So in some Anganwadis, we have this concept, bringing your kids there, teaching them basic things and all. That is just a beginning at a very basic level. It is happening. We want it to happen across the country. That is it. ECCE. And you can see very well how in the private school it is happening, where now class 2, sorry, not class 2, I mean, when you are of the age 2, 3, you are being sent to a school, play school, go and learn. Such is the craze. From class 3, 4, people are preparing for IITs. From class 8, 9, people are preparing for UPSC. So that has come down. Maybe tomorrow Delivery in play school only and parents go to their house. Kid, you stay here only. That's also possible. Who knows? Anyway, moving on. Article 46. Promotion of educational and economic interests of SCs and STs and other weaker sections. Tell me, what have you done for this? Don't waste time. Write the answer quickly, please. Special care of and the educational and economic interests. What have we done for this? Okay, we have made bodies like NCSC, NCST. We have the entire concept of reservations. We have the Prevention of Atrocities Act 1989. Yes or no? SCST, POA, Prevention of Atrocities Act. Okay. So I think we are all clear with this. Article 47. Duty of the state to raise the level of nutrition and the standard of living and to improve public health. The state shall regard the raising of level of nutrition and the standard of living of its people and the improvement of public health as its primary duty. Again, see, I tell you why we are always saying that DPSPs can't be taken to court is this only. Improvement of public health is a primary duty. To what level? Can I go to court and say, sir, my lords, my biceps need to be 18 inches. Please ask the state to give me protein powder. Of course not. So these are slightly vague. I'm not saying the idea is bad. Idea is good, but very vague principles. So that is the reason why we do not have them justiciable, because these things require money for the government to perform. And in particular, the state shall endeavor to bring about prohibition of the consumption except for medicinal purposes of intoxicating drinks. What is intoxicating drink? Intoxicating drink is what is? What? Liquor. So when you drink liquor, that is an intoxicating drink. So this is the article which talks about the liquor ban, like in states of Bihar, Gujarat, Mizoram, Nagaland, UT of Lakshadweep, in some districts in Manipur, liquor is banned, right? No drinking there. I mean, drinking is happening illegally. And then in our country, legal drinking age is also variable. Some states like Himachal, Goa, Sikkim, they have 18 as the drinking age. Liquor refers to alcohol in general, alcohol, things which have alcohol content, right? So now don't sir, but liquor basically means certain kinds of flavored liquor. No, don't want expertise here. Liquor basically means alcohol, right? When you see people lying on the gutters after early morning, that's the effect of alcohol. That is called liquor. Innocent people here. That's nice to see such innocent people. So this is the article which talks about the liquor ban or ban on intoxicating drinks. Then Article 48. Article 48 refers to the organization of agriculture and animal husbandry. The state shall endeavor, again, strive to organize agriculture on modern and scientific lines and shall in particular take steps for preserving and improving the breeds and prohibiting the slaughter of cows and calves and other milch and draught cattle. This is Article 48. The cow ban or the slaughter ban, the beef ban comes from this Article 48 only. Okay. Then Article 48A, protection and improvement of environment and safeguarding of forest and wildlife. So of course that's what we should do, protecting the environment, safeguarding the wildlife. Then 49, protection of monuments and also places and objects of national importance. We need to protect the state needs to protect the places and objects of national importance. All these are liberal principles, modern principles, Western ideas. So the state should prevent the or rather protect the monuments, prevent it from spoliation, disfigurement, destruction, removal, disposal, export, right? So when we, it's also our duty, right? So when you go on to some uh, important monument or site, don't carve your name, a loves B, C loves D, right? Because you write A loves B, after breakup, I'm sure you don't come and change the and remove the name, right? So please don't disfigure the national monuments or any monument. Keep your love to your DP status and WhatsApp status only. Don't bring it to these monuments. Now, Article 50, separation of judiciary from the executive. Now you will say, so it is separate only. Basically, the state shall take steps to separate the judiciary from executive in the public services, public service of the state. So basically what used to happen was that earlier the district magistrate, DM, people like you, IS officers, they used to also have judicial functions. They could send you to jail also. Now it is not there. Okay, it is gone. This has been achieved via CRPC 1973. So the CRPC, Code of Criminal Procedure, provides for separation. So we have now what? People who are district magistrate, they are the administrative people, and we have judicial magistrate. They are the ones who provide for jail sentence, etc. Then Article 51, the last DPSP, the state to promote international peace and security. That's what we follow. We promote international peace. We maintain just and honorable, respectful relations. We also respect the international laws, treaty obligations, and we also try to settle all the disputes with what? Arbitration, mediation. Don't fight, discussions, dialogues. Okay. Solve some questions very quickly. In India, the separation of judiciary from the executive. I'll give you 30 seconds for this. Please don't waste time. Mark the answer quickly. A very difficult question though, but still try to solve it. Some of you have marked some other answers. Why? Why this anger? DPSP, Article 50. Solve this question. Vivek, sir, sanitizer has 80% alcohol. Article 47. Read the entire article. Right? Prohibition of consumption except for medicinal purposes of intoxicating drinks. You don't consume sanitizer, right? What is this 13% of mark duties? Promotion of international peace and security, DPSP, Article 51, we just saw it. Now, amendments to DPSP. This is important. You better remember all the amendments. DPSP has been amended 4 times. One is 1976. Through the 42nd Amendment Act, 4 changes were made. Change 1, change 2, change 3, change 4. Under Article 39, words were changed. 3 articles were added. Please remember all these 4 changes. It's mandatory. Once a question is asked, it can always be asked. Number 2, change in 1978. Under Article 38, the words were modified. Change number 3, under Article 45, words were modified through the 86th Amendment Act, the Right to Education Act. And finally, 2011, cooperative societies, a separate article was added. DPSPs have been changed 4 times so far. Please remember all the 4 times and what change was made. Solve this question very quickly, please. 30 seconds. Mark the answer. Under the Indian Constitution, concentration of wealth violates DPSP. What is the concept of welfare? Is it mentioned even in the Constitution? DPSP only. So it is 39C. Why to mark D and all? Okay, solve this question. I'll give you a minute because of the change. Of course, a bit of a challenge. You have not mucked up the fact properly. So, understandable. Look at this. To take steps to secure the participation of workers in the management of industries. 43A, added in 1976. To take steps for the participation of workers in the management of industries. B is the right answer. Solve this question. 30 seconds only. More than sufficient. Oh, interesting. 97% got this correct. Great. Now, in 2015, this question was asked. The ideal of welfare state in the Indian Constitution is enshrined in its DPSP. After 5 years, they just changed from active to passive. Which part of the Constitution of India declares the ideal of welfare state? Please mark the answer here also. Will we ever get 100%? No. Don't expect. As I said, we have some friends here. Wrong to expect 100%. Anyway, A is the answer here. Interestingly, you see every question of DPSP had B as the answer. B, 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 right? This was A, surprisingly, but don't mark in the answer also B, exam. Now, why are DPSPs not justiciable? Financial constraints, administrative constraints. We don't have money for achieving all these things. Of course. Then some are moral in nature. Don't drink, don't kill animals. Okay. Then inadequacy of social and economic development. So in our country, we did not have the social economic development. Think of panchayats only. Gandhi ji said give all the powers to panchayats. But the problem was in 1950s, the village social environment was completely hijacked by the rich elite males. We could not give them all the powers and funds. So we slowly improved upon the village structure and then have started giving powers. That's the whole concept. Then nature of DPSPs. So DPSPs are of course fundamental principles. As we said, they are very, very fundamental for a country. They are non-justiciable. You can't go to court. And they are non-self-executory. Meaning what? Laws need to be made. In case you want to enjoy DPSPs, laws have to be made for the enjoyment of DPSPs. Rights versus DPSP. So Granville Austin says that DPSP and fundamental rights are together called the conscience of the Constitution. The part 3 and part 4, this is part 3, this is part 4, they supplement and complement each other. One provides for civil and political rights, the other provides for social and economic rights, right? So they complement each other, of course. Then criticism, we know very well. One thing is they are non-justiciable. So what's the point? Can be your concern. Second, ambiguity. With respect to the duty, remember this Article 37? Article 37 said, it shall be the duty of the state. What duty? Is it a moral duty? Or is there some legal duty? Look at the language. I'll just show you for once. It shall be the duty. What kind of duty? Are we talking about some moral duty of the government? Moral, then it will never happen. Is it some legal duty? We don't know because the article is not clear. That is why we have to depend on the government. In fact, DPSPs can be seen as a very good tool to assess the performance of governments. If any party which comes to power tries to achieve the principles of DPSP, we'll say good party, good performance. Then lack of clarity. They don't really know what to expect. Random words, right? Imagine enjoyment of leisure period. This is not something which you should mention in the constitution. How can the state ensure that you go back home and enjoy? If you're a cry baby, you will go and cry only. That we can't ensure. Na? We can ensure you a job. We can't ensure that you be happy. Happiness can never be ensured. Then unsystematic enumeration, lot of repetition, same thing again. combines modern principles with those based on sentiments. Modern principles, uniform civil code, protecting the monuments, international peace, security, etc., welfare politics. Suddenly, don't drink, bad thing. Don't kill animals. I mean, don't slaughter cows. Why? Those are separate aspects. Let's keep the moral things outside the constitution. This is a legal document. Then some recommendations are concrete, some abstract, others very vague recommendations. Improving public health in general. What is the parameter? Are you trying to achieve? Is there some data that you're trying to achieve, that we'll have a increased life expectancy, decreased mortality rate? Nothing. Just a generic thing. Increase health, provide for opportunities for employment, what level, etc. That is not mentioned. That's it. We are done with DPSPs. DPSP is a primarily prelims based topic, so in mains you won't have many questions. uh, Directives outside part 4. Have we seen this under article 16, that SC/STs, their claims to government jobs will be taken into consideration, but it should not violate the administrative efficiency? Remember? Okay. Then article 350A, we have seen this also under center state relations. What is that? In any state, if there is a linguistic minority group, the child of that linguistic minority group, the kid, he or she should be taught in mother tongue at least till the primary stage. And the president can give binding orders to state to ensure that. Do you remember it? If not, then revision. Otherwise, good for you. And lastly, Article 351. This is something we'll see shortly after the break. We are done with DPSPs. Let's take a break. This was a question asked in 2015 on UCC. Discuss the possible factors that prevent India from enacting for its citizens a UCC as provided for in the DPSP. What are the challenges? You can also start by writing challenges, then write advantages. This should be a part of your body. In the intro, what do? Define UCC, mention Article 44, give example. And then in the conclusion, what is your way forward that you want to write? You can write it accordingly. Okay, simple, straightforward question. That's it, done. Let's take a break. Be back at 9:15. Break, please, guys. Welcome back, guys. So now fundamental duties, it was added later on in the Indian Constitution. Uh, this makes no sense. This topic makes no sense absolutely. I mean, the most irrelevant part of the Constitution is the fundamental duties. We'll see. I'm not being very angry and upset about it. I'll just prove it to you by the type of duties that we have added here. So we did not have duties originally. These were added under Part 4A under only one article called 51 capital A with 10 clauses originally, now 11 clauses. These duties were added for the first time in 1976, of course, on the recommendation of Sardar Swarn Singh Committee. Can you please tell me what else was added on the recommendation of Sardar Swarn Singh Committee in the Constitution? Only two people with the right answer. Others, please wake up. It's already 9:17 in the morning. Okay, Vaishna, Shivani, and Abhishek, absolutely correct. Tribunals were added through the recommendation of Sardar Swarn Singh Committee. Tribunals. Article 323, capital A, capital B. Now, these are the 10 duties. Duty number 1. Firstly, it shall be the duty of every citizen. Only citizens are expected to perform this duty, to abide by the Constitution and to respect its ideals and institutions. National flag, national anthem. I mean, we are already doing it. Why do you feel the need to add this in the Constitution? To cherish and follow the noble ideals that inspired the national struggle for freedom. Cherish and follow those noble ideals. What noble ideals? Non-violence is okay. Is civil disobedience okay? That was also a noble ideal that inspired the national struggle for freedom. Non-cooperation. Should you follow those things also? Not clear. Some vague kind of statement is written here. Then, to uphold and protect the sovereignty, unity, and integrity of India. Of course, that is true. To defend the country and render national service when called upon to do so. And this is a part of Article 23 only. The state can impose compulsory service. Then, to promote harmony and the spirit of common brotherhood, fraternity amongst all the people of India, transcending religious, linguistic, and regional or sectional diversities. So, promoting harmonious relationship. Why is this vague word, some essay paragraph in the Constitution? How can you legally enforce it? You can't. That's why these duties are not legally enforceable. And to renounce practices derogatory to the dignity of women. Then to value and preserve the rich heritage of the country's composite culture. Then to protect and improve the natural environment, including forests, lakes, rivers, wildlife, and to have compassion for living creatures. Have compassion for living creatures. It's the duty every citizen has to perform. Why? Foreigners should not have compassion for living creatures. Anyway, then in this way, all non-vegetarians are not following duty properly because they have no compassion at all for living creatures. Then, to develop scientific temper, humanism, spirit of inquiry, reform. Such nice, amazing expectations. On one hand, we have been given Article 25, which says, practice your ritual, nobody cares. Whatever drama you're doing, do it. On the other, develop scientific temper, develop humanism, inquiry, reform. Come on. Let's cut this nonsense here. The only thing that religion does not allow is questions. Everything is okay until you start asking questions from religion. And then the expectation is that you have to have a spirit of inquiry and reform. What inquiry and reform? You go and ask a religious person a question, and then they'll tell you your inquiries will be, immediately responded to with what means we know very well. So these duties sometimes also clash with the rights that are given to us. Then, to safeguard public property and to abjure violence, abandon violence, stay away from violence, uh, safeguarding public property. Don't treat public property as your own personal property, right? That's there. So don't steal fans and bulbs from the railway compartments. Then, to strive towards excellence in all spheres of individual and collective activity, so that the nation constantly rises to higher levels of endeavor and achievement. To strive towards excellence in all spheres of activity, so that the nation rises to higher levels. I mean, look at the expectation. So one fine morning, you are sitting in your house watching Netflix and wasting time. Somebody comes and kicks you. Come on, get up. The nation has to rise to greater heights. What are you doing sleeping here? This is a very vague kind of duty. Why is this there in the constitution? Makes no sense completely. Then one duty was added later on, that is meant for parents or guardians to provide opportunities for education to your kid between 6 to 14. Okay, this was the last duty to be added. Done. We are done with duties. Most irrelevant kind of topic in the constitution. It should not have been here. See, words are vague. Firstly, vague words. What is this? Noble ideals. Explain. What is this? Promoting harmony, spirit of common brotherhood, and all. Very vague words. Then most of them are not enforceable. How to enforce harmony? You can't. And as I said, citizens perform these duties even without state's coercion, without the state's force. Students are doing it. And one more thing. This concept of enforcement of fundamental duties, this has been challenged in the court. Challenged in Supreme Court. The matter is pending in front of a 3-judge bench, filed last year only. Durga Dutt case of 2022. Okay, so this matter is pending in the court. I'm sure it will continue to be pending for some years. Maybe I'll be teaching your kids that this matter is pending in a court since 2022. Then, now, duties per se are not legally enforceable, but there are some other laws which are there in the country, which have been there before the duties, most of them, which indirectly enforce duties, like the Prevention of Insults to National Honors Act. Now, this is a duty, this is a law which says that if you disrespect the anthem, etc., then you can be punished, jailed. Indian Penal Code, so many provisions are there which prevent you from giving hate speeches, attacking the disharmony, etc., attacking the harmony of the country. PCRA, UPA, RPA, all these are laws in the country which indirectly enforce these duties on the citizens. Done. Solve this great question. Came in 2017. I'll give you 40 seconds, 45 seconds. Tanu, not important for mains. For prelims, you should roughly know what the duties contain. Jalajaji. Jalajaji, is it correct pronunciation, Jalajaji? They are not enforceable. As I said, they are not enforceable. They are just kept there as some kind of pointers for us. to perform. You can't go to court. The state cannot punish us if we don't follow these things. Rights are personal in nature. Independent society. Really? Are rights personal in nature? Your freedom of speech and expression, does it not have a restriction that you cannot cause defamation of somebody? Yes or no? How can rights be personal? Nothing is personal in nature. Nonsense. Rights not duties are important. Both are important. Duties not rights are important. Both are important. Rights are correlative to duties. Every citizen has certain rights and also has some duties to perform. That's what the fundamental duties are all about. Sir, I am Anand Padmanabhan. Oh, Anand Padmanabhan. That's what I wondered. Questions felt like coming from you, Anand. Okay. No problem. Solve one more question. Came in 2012. Okay. Basically, this one is not a duty mentioned in the Constitution to protect the weaker sections. Remove 2. We have the answer. That's it. One last question. Solve this question. 30 seconds only for you. Very, very important. I mean, the only thing which should, or the most important thing that should be a duty is not a duty. That's the beauty. Okay, 74% have marked this correct. Which of the following is not a fundamental duty to vote in public elections? That is not a fundamental duty. Lastly, moving on to Schedule 8. What is Schedule 8? Snehlata. Sir, please clear. Internet was lost. Internet was lost only. Okay, Snehlata. Duties are not enforceable through the Constitution. Okay. Who wants leaderboard? Shalja. Patience. Leaderboard towards the end. We have some more questions coming up. Don't worry. Last schedule is Schedule 8. Wherever you are sleeping or awake, let's recollect, revise all the schedules one by one. Please speak with me. What is Schedule 1? Done? Union and its territories. What is Schedule 2? Salaries and allowances. What is Schedule 3? Oaths and affirmations. What is Schedule 4? Allocation of seats to Council of States. What is Schedule 5? Administration of certain scheduled areas in 10 states. What is Schedule 6? Administration of tribal areas in northeastern states, 4 northeastern states. What is Schedule 7? The 3 lists that we have: union, state, concurrent. What is Schedule 8? Now we know official languages. What is Schedule 9? Schedule 9. Laws under Schedule 9 are immune from judicial review. What is Schedule 10? You know very well. Anti-defection law. What is Schedule 11? Schedule 11 is basically about the 29 topics on which panchayats can make laws. What is Schedule 12? 18 topics on which municipalities can make laws. All the schedules, you know them, very nice, very good. If you don't know them, revise and you will know them. So now Schedule 8, languages. These are the 22 official languages that we have in the country. Originally we had 14. Currently we have 22. Just one point to be noted here. If you want to make any kind of change in Schedule 8, changes require Article 368. Okay? Any kind of change that you want to make in Schedule 8, any change, even if you want to change the spelling of a language, are you getting my point? Even if you want to change the spelling of a language, for example, this word Odia, the original spelling was Oriya. Even this spelling change is done through the amendment to the Constitution, 96th Amendment Act 2011. Okay. Also, mind you, English is not there under official languages. These Schedule 8. Nepali is there. Nepali is spoken in parts of West Bengal, Sikkim, northern parts of Bihar, though largely not Bihar much, but especially in Sikkim and West Bengal, it is spoken. Nepali is spoken. So that is with respect to the languages. So the languages added later on were Sindhi. Sindhi was added through the 21st Amendment Act of 1967. Okay. Then we had the languages Nepali, Konkani, and Manipuri, which were added through the 71st Amendment Act of 1992. Manipuri. Where is Konkani? Nepali. 1992. Oh. Then Bodo, Maithili, Dogri, Santhali. They were added in 2003, 92nd Amendment Act. Bodo, Dogri, Maithili, somewhere we have Santhali. So we have all these 22 official languages. Hindi is mentioned here very clearly. Okay. English is not mentioned here. Okay. Anushka, sir, we have to remember all this. No, you should remember basic information. Otherwise, no. I don't think the UPSC will ask a question in which year was Bodo added as an official language. Unlikely. Kivika, Santhali from Sri Lanka? No. Santhal tribes. MP, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Santhal tribes. Kishan, Abhishek? Who is Abhishek? Abhishek Mishra, sir. Okay. said 22 national languages. No. He would not have said this. So don't misquote the faculty. Anyway, these are the 22 languages that we have. Official languages mentioned in Schedule 8. English is not there. And what is important to know is that any change here requires amendment to the Constitution. Okay. So one more small concept not mentioned in the Constitution. We are done with Schedule 8. It's done. Excuse me. This is not mentioned in the Constitution. Classical language. What is a classical language? So, central government gives the status given by central government to certain languages as a classical language. Tamil, the first language to be given the status. Sanskrit, 2005. Kannada, 2008. Telugu, 2008. Malayalam, 2013. Odia, 2014. How many of you are speakers of these classical languages? Please write the language. Let's also see the crowd. Today, most of you are sleeping. I am 100% sure. Nice morning sleep. No, Vaishna did not remember all 22 languages. Okay. None, it's okay. Don't write none. Telugu, Kannada, Tamil, Telugu. I can sing in these languages. Oh, who is this Sanskrit speaker? Chetna, Prashant, Sanskrit speakers. Great. Why not English? English is not a part of our official languages anywhere. English, any which way, has been made an official language in the country for administration. Took Sanskrit as subject in 8th and got failed in semester. Left Sanskrit. Very good, Sairaj. Great. Okay, classical languages. These are the 6 classical languages. No, Magesh. ODIA is a current spelling. ORIYA was the old spelling. That was the modification. Anushka, sir, tomorrow is my MPO state pieces exam. All the best. May the force be with you. Now, the big question is, what is the criteria? Why are we calling Tamil, Sanskrit, Kannada, Telugu, Malayalam, Odia as classical languages? Why not Pali? Marathi? There's a demand for Marathi. So, the government has responded that there are certain criteria for calling a language a classical language. 4 criteria. I'll simplify it for your understanding. These are directly copy pasted from the government's response in the Rajya Sabha. Okay. In a question hour. Number 1, high antiquity of its early texts. Meaning, if a language is very old, antiquity means old. Antiquity does not mean what you are thinking of antiquity. Come on. Antiquity means very old. Okay. So, don't overthink here. And for others who do not understand it, you are innocent people. Let these others not corrupt you. So, antiquity means very old. So, languages which are at least 1500 to 2000 years old. Number 1. Number 2. Now, you want a language to be given a status of a classical language. Means you want to do some research on the language. So, are there some texts available? Are there some things available? So, body of ancient literature must be available. That's the problem with Pali. So people want Pali to be given the same status, but Pali books are not available in India. Deep Worms and all found in Southeast Asia or Sri Lanka. So we don't have a lot of texts on Pali to do a comprehensive research. That's also a challenge. Number 3, the language can only be given the status of classical if it is an original language, not borrowed from any other language. Okay. And lastly, a classical language has to be different from the modern version. For example, think of English. Have you heard this Shakespeare's English? Thou, hath it, all those crazy words. The Victorian English. That is the old English. That is classical English. The current English is different. Okay. So this difference has to be there in the old classical language use and the current use of that language. Right? So these are the 4 points, the criteria for a classical language. Yes, how art thou, sir? Exactly. Absolutely. Now, coming to official languages, part 17, articles 343 to 351. Article 343, official language of the Union. Official language of the Union, Hindi, in the Devanagari script. So Hindi is our official language. Calm down before you write anything. Hear me out. Hear me out. Hindi is the official language, and the form of numerals will be international form of Indian numerals. Now, however, Official Languages Act 1963, it says very clearly that English will be used for official purposes indefinitely. So, in the Constitution, first 15 years, English was supposed to be the official language, English, for the first 15 years. After which, Hindi was supposed to become the official language. But the parliament has the power to extend, can extend use of English. And because the demand came from a lot of northeastern states, southern states, that we cannot learn Hindi, please English should continue. So Parliament made a law called Official Languages Act, and now English is to be used for all official purposes indefinitely. Are we clear? So we have 2 official languages, English and a Hindi translation, but always understand that English is the authoritative text. Are we clear on this? If there's any doubt on anything, on what is the final meaning, the English translation is deemed to be the final authority on that particular word. Okay. Now, in every state, Hindi will be the official language, or any other language that the state wants to make as an official language. So in say Tamil Nadu has to pass a law. They have passed a law, and the official language is Tamil. Now, if a state does not make Hindi as their official language, or does not pass a law to make an official language, if not adopted, then English by default becomes the official language. So by default, English is the official language. If a state wants to have a separate official language, they have to pass a law. Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, so many states. If 2 or more states converse, interstate communication will always be in English. Now, it can be done in Hindi also if states agree. In Hindi, if states Agree. Then it can be done in Hindi as well. Then Article 347. Do you remember this article? You will say, no, sir, what the hell is this? Please explain again. But I will. But sadly, I had already explained this under center-state relations. So, I gave the example of, a group of people start speaking South Korean language, right? Same thing here. If a demand is made on behalf of the people to the president that a larger group of people speak a different language, then the president can give an order to the state that please also incorporate that language as an official language for that area or for the entire state. Article 347. Now, language in Supreme Court, language in High Courts, language in Acts, Bills, etc. What is that language? English language. Okay. However, governor can allow the use of Hindi or the official language of the state in the state High Court with president's consent. Otherwise, English language is to be used for all official purposes. In certain high courts, Hindi can be used. Patna High Court, Allahabad High Court, MP, Rajasthan, etc., etc. So these are high courts where Hindi has also been allowed to be used. But I am telling this again to you. Again, if there is any dispute between what is the real meaning of a word, the English translation is the authoritative text, not some other translation. Okay. 3 cheers for the British Raj in the country. Okay. Finally, 350A. Again, we have seen this today also, that the state should try to provide education in the mother tongue for linguistic minority groups. If they fail to do it, then the center can give direction so that the states provide for at least till the primary stage education in mother tongue. Article 350 capital B, Special Officer for Linguistic Minorities. So this is a constitutional body. This person is popularly called CLM, Commissioner for Linguistic Minorities. This person is appointed by the President of India. Nothing is mentioned in the Constitution on how much salary he gets, what allowances, services, conditions of service, nothing is mentioned. It is all decided by the center. One thing, this is the point, I'll simply summarize it in one line. The headquarter of the Commissioner of Linguistic Minorities or the Special Officer is in Delhi, not Allahabad. In the books, they sometimes mention Allahabad because the office has shifted to Delhi already. It's been 7-8 years now, right? So please, the current office of the CLM headquarter is in Delhi, not Allahabad. Now, functions, same generic functions, ensuring the protection of the speakers of these minority languages so that they can also be given equal opportunities for inclusive development, integrated development. Then ensuring that all the states, all the UTs across the country implement the safeguards of the constitution properly, providing for the equal opportunities for development of the linguistic minorities. And lastly, Article 351. So for all those people who always wonder, why is the center always crazy for Hindi, enforce Hindi? Because of Article 351. Article 351 is an expectation on the government. It is the duty of the union to promote the spread of Hindi. Spread, meaning more and more speakers. Secondly, to secure its enrichment. Enrichment means growth, meaning vocabulary. Increase the vocabulary of Hindi. How? By taking words from other languages. not Korean or Mandarin or Japanese or Mexican, from Schedule 8 languages. Take some words from Bodo, take some words from Santhali, take some words from Kannada, take some words from Tamil. But you have to primarily choose Sanskrit. Take as many words as possible from Sanskrit and then from other languages and enrich Hindi. This is what is the duty of the union. So don't be angry on central governments. It is a constitutional obligation that they have to spread the use of Hindi and also secure the enrichment. That's it. We are done with the constitution. Done. All over. Now, just to summarize, we have the preamble. A preamble is a summary. Preamble is a preface, the I-card, the essence of the entire constitution. As Alladhi Krishnaswamy Iyer says, what we had thought for and dreamt for so long is finally what we have, this grand constitution. Are we clear on this preamble? So normally, in any other polity class, you'd have started with preamble, but we are ending with preamble. Why? Because I am simply following what the makers of this constitution did. The makers of this constitution started with a very basic generic concept that we want to have this thing. OR. OR is the objective resolution. On 13th of December, they thought that in our country, we are going to make a constitution which will contain these great principles of equality, justice, etc. And then they went ahead to make the constitution. Now, once the entire constitution was made, they came back to the preamble to make modifications so that the preamble is actually the essence of the constitution. That is why the preamble was the last part to be passed by the Constituent Assembly. So if the great makers of the constitution passed it towards the end, who am I to question their credentials? That is why, since we have studied everything, now we are studying the preamble. The essence is what is a preamble. Okay, justification was required. Full respect for the makers of our constitution. What more do you want from a polity faculty? Showing so much of respect. Okay, so basic facts. This is the original text of preamble, but I'd prefer if you remember this text. There are 3 words in red highlighted by yellow. These 3 words were added later on, okay, which is not there in this original text. This was the original text which this actress Alia Bhatt had posted on her Instagram, or I don't know, Twitter or what, during some protest. So people made fun of her that she has posted the old preamble. But she knew that it is a preamble, is an achievement in itself. What fun are you making of? Come on. They are celebs. They know the word preamble. That is amazing. That should be enough. Our expectations are wrong from them. Anyway, please mug up the preamble. Are you understanding me? Mug up the preamble. It's very easy. Read this preamble on a daily basis for the next 15-20 days, just like you have mugged up your Hanuman Chalisa or your respective religions texts, etc. You would naturally mug up this also without any effort. So we, the people of India, we have given to ourselves this constitution. Nobody else. We have given to ourselves. So we, the people of India, having solemnly resolved to constitute India into a sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic, and to secure to all its citizens, what to secure? Justice, social justice, economic justice, political justice. Do you remember that this phrase is also there under which article? Please tell me which article. Please. Hey, don't write 14 and all. We saw it today only, Article 38. Writing Article 14. Anyway, liberty of thought, liberty of expression, belief, faith, worship, equality of status, equality of opportunity, and to promote among them all fraternity, assuring the dignity of individual and the unity and integrity of the nation. In our Constituent Assembly, this 26th day of November 1949, do hereby adopt, enact, and give to ourselves. We, the people of India, give to ourselves this Constitution. Okay. Now, what is the purpose of this entire preamble? See, purpose is to tell us the nature of Indian state. What is the Indian state? It's sovereign, it's socialist, it's secular, democratic, and republic. What are the ideals of the political system? Justice, liberty, equality, fraternity. And what's the source of power? Source of power is it derives authority from the people. And one more thing. Is it the last topic, sir? Shalja? Yes, we have a couple of topics, like, I mean, not topics per se. I'll just give you a brief on how this book was framed, 5 minutes, and salient features of the Constitution, 10 more minutes. So those two also are topics. We'll just cover them once we're done. Now, one very important thing is, see, preamble in itself has no meaning. What is the preamble? Just an essence. What we say is, Ankita, I'll address. Okay. Ankita, I'll address a concern after this. Just wait. The point here being that preamble is just an essence. No, we use a very interesting statement. We say, what has not been given by the Constitution can't be claimed through preamble. What has not been denied by the Constitution can't be denied by the preamble. So basically, preamble in itself has no meaning. Preamble is not a source of power. Preamble has to be read with other provisions of the Constitution to derive fuller meaning. So on its own, it has no legal standing. I mean, look at the preamble. It says economic justice or equality of status. You can't claim this in court. That's a problem. Equality of status has to be read with other aspects also. So on its own, claiming preamble is a challenge. But yes, the preamble, and the Supreme Court also says this, that the entire Constitution should be read in the light of grand and noble vision of the preamble. That's something we should do. Okay. Anyway, solve this question, which came in 2020. Okay, so see, A and D is a confusion here. Oh, sorry, let's not mark both of them. See, preamble is a part of the Constitution, of course, but has no legal effect, is correct, independently of other parts. Preamble should be read with other parts to derive a fuller meaning of the Constitution. That is why D is a better statement than A. A is right but incomplete. D is a better statement. So a part of the Constitution but has no legal effect independently of other parts. Look at this. Preamble is not a source of power. It cannot be used independently to interpret the Constitution. It can be used with other parts of the Constitution to derive a fuller meaning of the Constitution. As I said, the Constitution should be read in the light of the grand and noble vision of preamble. I hope this point is clear. Okay. So D is correct. Anyway, preamble defines objectives. Preamble is an integral, indivisible part of the Constitution, meaning it cannot be removed from the Constitution. It is not a source of power, as I said. It depends on other parts. Independently, you cannot go to court and claim the preamble. That's sir, it is mentioned there, equality of status. Give me same status as MS Dhoni. You can't claim that. No legal effect. Independently. Legal effect. That's the meaning of legal effect. But so it's not a source of power. But with other parts, it can be read properly and understood. It contains basic structure. Preamble is not the basic structure. It contains some words which are basic structure. And preamble can be amended. It has been amended. It can be amended. Now, some keywords. Coming to Ankita. Ankita, your question is that, see, the original copy of the Constitution is kept as it is. Any change that is made is added in the copy that the government publishes almost every year. So on the legislative website, you can go and get the PDF with the latest changes. So those changes are not made in the original Constitution. They are made in the later publications. Okay. Now, sovereign. Sovereign means what? No external power can dictate the government of India. It is sovereign, under nobody's control, no authority above the government, and the government is run by people. So basically, India is free to conduct its own affairs. We cannot be told what needs to be done. We are independent, as simple as possible. We are completely free from any external control. No authority above the country. Then democratic. Government deriving authority from the people. Rule of people. By the people. For the people. Of the people. Which has largely become of the people. For the people. And of course, by the people. Yes or no? Some of you have been purchased recently only in the elections, where your vote was purchased. But don't write this definition of democracy. Please write this only. By the people, for the people, of the people. Democracy. Government is elected by the people. Rule of people. That is what is democracy. Then, what is the meaning of republic? Republic means the head of the state is elected. So in our country, we have a republic. How? Because who is the head? The president. And this person is elected indirectly, but elected. So republic means head of state is elected. Republic also means absence of any special privilege. Public posts open for all. Political sovereignty lies in the hands of people. That is what is a republic. Then justice. What is justice? Justice refers to Fair and moral treatment of all individuals. In fact, the Latin term justitia refers to righteousness, a sense of equity. There's a French term also called justice, Jostise. That actually means uprightness, equity, administration of law. So, justice refers to giving everyone his or her due, fair and moral treatment of all individuals. Fair and moral treatment for of all. Social justice. Don't we have social justice in the form of Articles 14 to 18? Economic justice. Don't we have Article 39, economic justice? DPSP in general, welfare. Political justice. Things like universal adult franchise. Things like right to have a democratic form of government, right to participate in elections. What is all this? Political right. So we have social, economic, and political justice. Then liberty, equality, fraternity. The war cry of French Revolution 1789 to 1799 was this only: liberty, equality, fraternity. What is fraternity? Sense of brotherhood. What is equality? Absence of special privileges. What is liberty? Now, liberty has two meanings. This is the old or slightly negative meaning of liberty. Absence of restraints. This is second one is a more positive meaning and a more current meaning. See, liberty means absence of restraint on individuals, but that's incomplete because you cannot have complete liberty. You cannot claim it, I have liberty to kill others or I have liberty to make comment on others. Defamation kicks in, right? That is why we have a more modern meaning of liberty, providing opportunities to develop oneself fully in whichever field we want to develop. That's liberty. Okay. Oh, solve this question. Came in 2021. I hope you would remember. I will not give too much time. Easy, simple question, just 30 seconds. Please mark the answer. Done? Firstly, people who marked A as the answer. It is a criminal offense that you marked A as the answer because which of the following constitutes the best safeguard of liberty? Safeguarding liberty. How can a committed judiciary safeguard liberty? What is the meaning of committed judiciary? Please write. What is the meaning of committed judiciary? A judiciary which upholds government's policies favorable to the government. This cannot be the answer. What if the government becomes dictatorial and the judiciary favors the government only? 1976, judiciary favored the government. Was it upholding liberty? Of course not. A is wrong. B has to be wrong. Centralization of power is always wrong. Elected government may not always amount to liberty. Elections only provide people with a choice to vote and choose a representative. When that person comes to power, Are there checks and balances? Separation of powers. If there are no checks and balances, an elected government can become dictatorial. Have we not seen this happening during emergency? So of course, this may not be always a criteria. That is why D, separation of powers, is the right answer. Separation of powers refers to also very important element of checks and balances. Okay. Solve one more question. Came in 2019. Oh, my bad. Sorry. I just marked the wrong answer by mistake. The right answer is D. My bad, guys. 10 seconds to re-evaluate your answer, please. Just mark the answer again. I pressed the wrong button. Now I understand why wrong buttons are pressed. Oh, how sweet now. 90% correct. Great. Amazing. Yes, of course. Opportunity to develop oneself fully. Right? So in the context of polity, liberty actually means this. Very basic. Now, 3 words were added: socialism, secularism, and integrity. We know what is integrity. Integrity refers not to ethics and all. Integrity refers to the boundary being intact. The territorial boundary of India will always be intact. So, nobody will create the situation of India getting balkanized. So we have to put an end to all these separatist tendencies. I want to have a separate nation. Come on, sit here only. No running away from here. Whatever you want within the grand fold of Bharat. Inside that, enjoy autonomy. Nobody cares. But please, don't think of parting ways. This marriage has no divorce. Second is secularism. So in the SR Bommai case, when Supreme Court was asked that, sir, please define secularism, Supreme Court said, secularism is an elastic word. It is not capable of precise definition, best left undefined. But under Article 25, we defined secularism. We used a phrase for it. What was the phrase? Tell me. Indian secularism. What is that? Principled distance or intervention. This is what is Indian secularism. Based on certain principles, we will interfere in your religion. Freedom to all the religions. No religion is state religion. All religions will receive the same status and support from the state. And as Loknath Mishra said in 1948 in the discussions, that what? Religion in India cannot be divorced from life. It's an integral part of our country. That is why we have not used this word in the constitution originally. Because people said, and Ambedkar mentioned this line, it is better not to use the term than to use it fraudulently. Because the meaning of secularism is strict separation. Our country, government cannot be separate. We have to interfere. We are openly saying we'll interfere in your religion. If you misbehave, if you follow derogatory practices, if you hamper rights of individuals, we will interfere in your religion. That's the beauty of Indian secularism. But later on, Indira Gandhi added this for political reasons only, not for any substantial value. Last is socialism. Socialism, resources of the country are owned by the state. Socialism. That's the concept of socialism. What are the means of production? Land, labor, capital, entrepreneurship. Resources of the country majorly are owned by the state only. And the state will devolve the resources to people. State tells you what butter to eat, what bread to eat, how much jam to put on your bread. That's the state's control. Soviet Union. Indian socialism is slightly different. We believe these are all elements of Indian socialism. Elements of Indian socialism. Mixed economy. So in our country, state does not control everything. We have a mixed economy. We have private. We also have public. Then in our country, socialism is democratic in nature, meaning the idea that socialism, people control resources, state controls resources. Democracy, who controls state? People control state. So indirectly, the people control all the resources. In our country, socialism is democratic in nature. Then bureaucracy is an arm of the state. So in a lot of these socialist countries, what has happened is that they don't appreciate bureaucracy. They think of bureaucracy as some elite structure which needs to be dismantled, removed. But in our country, we have learned to appreciate bureaucracy. Why? Why I say this is because as a minister, as a person who has won the election, we ask a simple question to people. When you win the election, what happens? You will say, sir, we get to control power. That's a vague term. You get to control bureaucracy. As a party leader, I may have made some promises to people that once you vote me, I'll do this and that. How will I fulfill those promises if I come to power? Through bureaucracy. Bureaucracy is the arm of the state through which a political party turns its vision into reality. That is why the importance of bureaucracy. And we always believe in social revolution. Social revolution, meaning what? Gradual reforms. We don't believe in big ticket reforms overnight. Slow and steady reforms. That's what we believe in. And as Supreme Court said, the basic framework of socialism is to provide decent standard of living to all working people, providing basic security from the cradle to the grave. What is cradle? Cradle refers to earliest part of somebody's life. When you are born, baby's bed is called the cradle, where the baby is put. Until grave. So right from the time you are born till you die, state will provide for you. Don't worry. Don't cry. This is socialism. That's it. We are done with the preamble, ending with the last question. Please mark an answer for this question. Let me also just be very sure on what is the correct option and then marking accordingly. Mark the answer, please. Oh. What was the exact status of India on 26th of January? Socialist and secular were not there. They were added in 1976. B. See, these three words added in 1976. There was a question asked on this. Discuss each adjective attached to the word republic in the preamble. Are they defendable in the present circumstances? So mention all the words attached to the word republic in the preamble. For that, you have to know the preamble. So you have to know that before republic, we have sovereign, socialist, secular, and democratic. Is India still sovereign? Does India follow socialist policies? Are we still secular? Is democracy still there? So explain these words with current examples. That's it, a simple question. Okay. That's it. We are done with the constitution. Just 5-10 minutes more on framing the constitution. So this is the drafting committee. How did we frame the constitution? Basic information. See, we know very well when it comes to the British India, what was the structure like? Two parts. The red ones are those British Indian provinces where we had the Congress government, Muslim League government, etc. Elections used to take place. The yellow ones are the princely states where the Britishers ruled indirectly through a political resident. Now, from all these places came members who became a part of a body called Constituent Assembly. Okay. Now, originally, this assembly had 389 members. But then after the partition, right, we came down to 299 members. And the first ever meeting was held on 9th of December, 1946. Muslim League boycotted this meeting and all. That is meant for your history classes. And on that day, like we have the concept of speaker pro tem, a temporary chairperson was chosen, Sachidanand Sinha. Elections took place in the House and we chose Dr. Rajendra Prasad as the chairman of the Constituent Assembly. Okay. Then we had deputy chairpersons, advisor to the CA. CA stands for Constituent Assembly. Sir B.N. Rao, Benegal Narsingh Rao, traveled far and wide, gave lot of his views, what was happening in other countries with respect to what provisions can be incorporated. His role has been tremendous in the formation of the constitution, largely neglected and ignored. And then chief draftsman, S.N. Mukherjee. So who is a draftsman? See, draftsman refers to somebody who writes the words in the constitution. So let us say the entire group of people thought, we want to give this right to people, Article 21, right to life and liberty. But how to write those words there? What words to use? No one shall be denied their life and liberty, save as in procedure established by law. These words were written by S.N. Mukherjee and the entire team of S.N. Mukherjee. So these complicated legal language that is there, right? It was, you can attribute it to S.N. Mukherjee. I am very thankful to the drafting committee and the draftsman's team that the language is difficult. If the language was easy, you'd not study polity from me. I'd be out of work. So I'm greatly thankful to all the makers of our constitution to make it so voluminous, so lengthy, so complicated, that I always have work. Okay. Anyway. Gurjeet M.N. Rao? No, it is B.N. Rao. Are you confused with M.N. Roy? M.N. Roy is separate. Okay, Communist Party. This is Sir Benegal Narsingh Rao. Okay, now stages in the formation of the constitution. Same typical stages. Initially, lot of committees were formed. Every committee was given a task. Okay, the committee was given a task to come up with some ideas. One committee was said, you committee, 20 people, come on, you tell us what kind of rights we should have. This committee, you tell us what kind of powers for judiciary. That committee, you tell us what kind of powers for union, etc. All these committees made their reports. Reports were integrated, given to the drafting committee. Drafting committee comprised of all these people. they finally selected what should be there, and they gave to the Constituent Assembly one draft bill. First bill. This bill came. Now, when a bill comes like this, we know very well. First reading, what? General discussion. Second reading, detailed discussion, voting clause by clause. And third reading is the matter is put to vote. Like a bill is passed. Introduction, discussion, voting. So there were some committees which were chaired by Nehru, Patel, and Dr. Prasad. I would request you to remember the names of these committees. It is possible that in prelims they may ask a question on this. It is possible. So remember which of the committees was chaired by Nehru, Patel, and Dr. Prasad. These are important people. So remember these names. That's it. Once the rule book was passed, we gave to ourselves this constitution. The date of commencement is the 26th of January 1950. Even though on 26th of November, a few articles did come into force. Few of them, like articles for citizenship came into force. Election Commission came into force. Definitions, interpretations came into force. But largely, 95% of the Constitution came into force on the 26th of January, which is known as a date of commencement of the Constitution. Are we clear on this? No question has been asked on this, so may not really be an important topic, but we should know when we're discussing about the formation of the Constitution. Okay. Now coming to the last topic, salient features. Again, in most cases, you will find this as the first topic. It makes no sense since we have discussed the entire Constitution. Now it would be better to discuss what are the most important elements of our Constitution. First things first, what is this word called constitutionalism? It has 4 elements. See, constitutionalism means limitations on the state. Simple. Always remember, constitutionalism, limitation on the state's power. By whom? By the rule book. That is why we say supremacy of the Constitution in our country. Who is supreme? You may say, sir, Parliament. Somebody can say, sir, judiciary. No. Constitution is supreme. So it has elements like rule of law. What is rule of law? Rule of law refers to the state not having arbitrary powers. Separation of powers. What is meant by separation of powers? Nothing but checks and balances. Then temporary government. Really? Temporary government. Temporary government refers to what? Periodic elections. Don't we have periodic elections in the country after every 5 years? And lastly, we also have the concept of free press. All these elements combined together to form constitutionalism. There is also a concept called constitutional morality. Constitutional morality refers to operationalizing the essential values of the Constitution. That's what it means. Operationalize essential values of the Constitution. For example, equality. For example, affirmative action. What is affirmative action? Reservation, protection of marginalized, rule of law, etc. So when we start incorporating the essential values of Constitution, that is called constitutional morality. the common good that the Constitution exists for. If you start imbibing those values, that is called constitutional morality, social inclusion, protection of diversity, promotion of diversity, freedom, equality, promotion and protection of democratic freedom. All these things are a part of constitutional morality. Now, solve the last question that we'll encounter on polity. This is the last question. 30 seconds, very simple, very easy, basic question for you to solve. Constitutional government means a government limited by the terms of the Constitution. This is what it means. A representative government of a nation with a federal structure. It may not be necessary. There are countries which are unitary in nature, right? And still have a constitution. The purpose of a constitution is to give a rule book which binds everybody. That's a constitutional government. That's it. We are done with all the questions. Salient features, you know everything. Why to waste time? It's the lengthiest written constitution. More than 1.2 lakh words in the Indian constitution. Just to draw a comparison, in the US constitution, they have around 7,500 words. That's it. Less than 2 GS papers. But Indian constitution, more than 1.2 lakh words. It's more flexible than rigid. It guarantees all these social, economic, and political justice. It's a federal system with a central bias. It's a parliamentary system with a republic. Justiciable rights and non-justiciable rights. Emergency provisions are there. Secular polity, secular form of government. We have universal adult franchise, integrated and independent judiciary. We have a 3-tier government, center, states, local self-governance. And the constitution is the intermediary between the parliament and the judiciary. Who is supreme? Constitution is supreme, nobody else. And yes, it is drawn from various sources. That's also correct. So that's also correct. Now, drawn from various sources. See, some of you may say it's a cut, copy, paste exercise. What is unique and all? Ambedkar responded to it. Ambedkar said that, see, in this short span of time, we have given to the people of this country a workable constitution. If you have a problem with it, we are also allowing you to amend it. It is now your duty to make it an ideal constitution. This is what Ambedkar said. And a best response to people who say cut, copy, paste. In 1950, basic norms had been finalized, right? So Prashant says, why should it takes 2 years to complete? 2 years is nothing to frame a constitution for such a diverse country like India, with so many communities, interests, etc. to cater to. So it was a big challenge, right? So it is not as easy. Plus, an approval from every member, approval from society at large. So that is why it does take time. These things take time. Good governance takes time. Anyway, sources of our constitution. So we have borrowed all these things from United Kingdom. Please mug up all these pages. A question on this can always be asked. Lot of things have been copied from Government of India Act, basically, at least the administrative details. Then this from Canada, this from USA, this from South Africa, this from France, Ireland, Weimar Republic. Weimar Republic refers to Germany. Then some from Australia, Soviet, Japan. That's it. We are, yes, you should mug up these slides. It may be important. A question in prelims can always be asked from sources. It has not been asked in the recent times, but it can be asked. That's it. We are done with our discussion on polity and constitution. That is all that I have to offer. Now the ball is in your court to put in the effort and study properly. Before we run away, let me show the leaderboard, and then I'll also tell you the important topics that are required to be studied from Lakshmikant. Vaishna is the topper here. Then Soumilya, Magesh, Abhijit, Ankita, Adarsh, Sumaya, Shalu, and Avni. I think this has got primarily more to do with a couple of wrongs, so ignore that. But then we have Gurjeet, Khushi, etc. Okay. This is today's leaderboard. Anyway, so as I said, see, there are some topics that you can skip from Lakshmikant. Lakshmikant 6th edition, the book given by Byju's to you. Number 1, chapters to skip. Chapter 24, 25, 26. Sorry, not 26. 26 we can ignore, but skipping will not be there. Chapter 62, chapter 63. Skip these chapters. It is of no relevance now. 67, 68, 74, 75. Then those 3 chapters, 77, 78, 79. Then one more thing. Some chapters to be covered under governance. What are those chapters which should be covering under governance? Chapter 43, chapter 44, then chapter 51, chapter 56, chapter 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, chapter 69, chapter 70. Who is writing CEC? Have you not covered Chief Election Commissioner? What is this? Then chapters that can be avoided. I feel the slides have much better content. I feel. So you may choose slides or the chapter in Lakshmikant. Chapter 2, chapters 5 to 11, chapters I think 26, Supreme Court, chapter 31 to 42. I feel the slides are much better information. Chapter 47 to 50, again the same story. Chapter 62, chapter 63, chapter 65, chapter 68, then 71, 72, and of course 76. That's it. We are done with every possible piece of information. And lastly, a very important element is that in order to score marks in polity, all you have to do, even if you don't want to read Lakshmikant, it's okay, it does not matter. But the idea has to be mug up the slides, follow current affairs, and Yojana Kurukshetra, mock tests regularly, read editorials, and you are good to go for polity. Nothing else is required. Nothing else is required at all. All you have to do now is revise. So I always say this, please revise, 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 because it is a very important and crucial element. Sneha, read the 6th edition, not the 5th one. Important chapters in Lakshmi. I have given you chapters to study. See, importance of chapters depends on that year's current affairs also. Some chapters like Parliament, Judiciary are always important. So we have to focus more on those. That is all that you need to do. Apart from it, it's just your effort, frankly. And when it comes to preparation for the examination, you have to have a timetable in place. Without a timetable, a long-term and short-term goals, things will not fall into place. Okay. Important articles, important cases, schedules, we have mentioned everything with the topic itself. Everything is covered. All you have to do is go back and revise, see the slides, see the class lecture available, and that should be sufficient. Okay. See, have a sense of optimism for this examination. Why I tell you this is, it's a very long journey. You may get a sense of a boredom, a sense of dilemma as to whether am I on the right track or not, am I ready for the exam or not. You will never be ready for the examination. You'll always be nervous, and that's a part and parcel of this preparation, right? A part and parcel of this preparation, uh, because the journey is too long. More than 1 year for the examination to take place. In the meantime, all your friends are having an amazing life outside, posting all the things on social media. So please, I think I've also said something that, when it comes to motivation, it's more about habit. Motivation will not stick for long periods of time. That's why you need motivation on a daily basis, right? But if you make it a habit to study regularly, that is what will stick for life. So the point is going to be that your routine, your timetable, revision should be a part of habit. Don't look for motivation, because it's very temporary, right? Every half an hour we can't motivate you. That is why we say habit. That discipline needs to be inculcated. Once you're in the habit of studying, you will start enjoying the process. That is more important. Do this for a consistent period of time, and you will be in the habit of studying. And take care of 3 things that I always say. Number 1 is sleep. Don't sleep too much, but sleeping less than 6 hours a day for a long period of time can be detrimental to mental health. So please don't compromise on that. Number 2, health. It's very important. If you are ill, your 4-5 days are gone, 10 days are gone with zero preparation. So please don't fall ill. Take care of your health and follow a routine. That's it. Okay. Nothing beyond this is required. And I'll tell you something, a lot of you here who are taking this examination in future will have to understand that maybe in your life so far, things have not been fair to you. Things have not been okay with you. You have not, or you have failed to meet the expectations of your parents. That's possible. So you have to also understand that those things are in the past. Don't carry your past baggage. See, hard work is required, because always understand, when you're wasting time even right now with your past baggage, etc., somebody somewhere is studying very hard. Some aspirant somewhere in the corner of this country. And when the time comes, it is only correct that hard work should be talent and skill. So what is required is hard work. And don't worry, when it comes to this examination, the beauty of this examination lies in the fact that once you clear the examination, everything will change for you. Don't worry. Everything, everybody will change for you. People who had blocked you on WhatsApp will unblock you, will send texts. So now you don't have to chase people. People will chase you. Those long lost relatives will come back to you and say, oh, I knew that he could always crack the examination, right? So all those good things will happen to you. That slate of yours, which is full of mistakes, will be wiped off clean. But your parents will start loving you more. What more do you want? So as of now, don't worry. Don't try to know. I always say, don't try to get into niggles, arguments, fights, raising concerns. This is not the time for you to become a crusader. Don't be an activist right now. Just study. That is all that you require, right? And we need to also understand that this is not a time to prove to other people how good you are with some basic knowledge. No need to prove to anyone. All you need to do is prove to the evaluator in the paper. If he knows you have knowledge and you get the marks, the world will come to know in future that you had the knowledge, and then there is no need to prove to anyone. So rather than trying to prove on a daily basis, wait, control your emotions, wait for the examination. The time will come where it will reflect whether you studied or not. Okay, very important. And for those who also want to change the system, there's a Tamil movie called Tana Karan. Tana Karan, I think, is the pronunciation. If I'm not wrong. So the climax of the movie was very nice, where it said the one character said that emotions without power will destroy you. Power is strength. Get hold of power of the system, because if you want to make any kind of change in the system, you need to get hold of system to improve the system. So to make your life better, to make your parents' life better, to make the country better, you need to capture power through right and legal means, and that is through clearing the examination. And last line I always say is that for all of us, middle class people, limited information, right, and limited money, limited aspirations. This is by far the easiest way to break this level of the shackle of mediocrity, entering the elite structure. And in every family, there's somebody born at some point of time. The person who breaks all the shackles of mediocrity and the shackles of poverty, shackles of limitation, etc. Let that person be you, right? That's all for me, guys. Jai Hind. In case you have any question, let me know. Thank you, everyone. Best of luck. May the force be with you. Abhishek, we don't have national languages. We only have Sai Dinesh, right to privacy. Is that what I would say? We only have, Abhishek, official languages, English and Hindi. That's it. No, Somalia. I mean, the whole point is, why is it even needed? No, Abhishek, under Schedule 8, we have 20 list of languages, which are 22. But for official purposes, we use two languages, English and Hindi. So English is not actually mentioned under Schedule 8. Hindi is mentioned. So in total 23, of which two are used for official purposes. Devansh, Article 31 clause 2, it said through law property of individuals can be confiscated. See, it was brought because we were taking land of people which came into conflict with Article 19 also for citizens, right? And it was not being taken for public purpose. We were taking land from rich and giving to poor. That's not public purpose. That's not road or bridge. That is why a modification was required. Montu, by writing answers. Vivek, Urdu is not spoken by a lot of people. That's a misconception. Urdu is not spoken by a lot of people, especially in a concentrated area. So why to have Urdu? Shalu, the rigidity is because the language has always been a very critical aspect in our country, a very divisive issue. That is why to modify it, we need to have special provisions, not a simple majority. Anand Padmanabhan, refer to NCRTs and you can ask the faculty to help you out. He'll help you out in how to get around the basics. Lakshya, why don't we have a national language? Because we are secular. How does it matter? I mean, Hindi is not only spoken by Hindus, or Tamil is not only spoken by Hindus or Muslims. It is a language is neutral to religion. Language has got more to do with the area than religion. No tips, Tanmay. Right now, I don't want to give you any tips. Just 8 days remain, so no tips. Just do what you have been doing. Don't overthink for this examination. Yes, Sarufuddin, it is more than sufficient. Shalu, steering committee's work, not really required, but steering committee's task was to incorporate or to control rather the direction of the regular meetings, incorporating the elements of how things function at the Constituent Assembly level. Somalia, yes, actually that is how it is. Schedule 8 is largely used for pacifying demand for statehood. That's the same concept with classical languages also. They are used to pacify demand for statehood and all. No want to, they will not. Yes, Anushka, you should remember the salient features. Okay, guys, I believe your questions have been addressed. And Prerna, mains answer writing from 2013 onwards. In case you have any queries, concerns, feel free to mail me. I may not respond immediately, but I will respond. So, once we have established this aspect of you being a student, I being a faculty, a bond is established forever. So don't worry. And you can always approach me for any kind of advice, be it polity, governance, UPSC, life in general. As I said, I will respond, but in some time. Okay. SMEs can give my mail ID to people, and that is going to be all. Yes. Approach me for the chocolates with proper screenshot proof whenever we meet, wherever we meet. Okay. Take care, guys. That's all for me for this session. Jai Hind.